Banning, our investigator in charge for this investigation, or the IIC. Dr. Jana Price, transportation safety. Oh, I thought that's the order I have in here. Is there a new order? Oh, that's panel 5. Great. Hold. We're going to go ahead and let the panel all introduce themselves while I find panel 4 and get on the right panel and drink my Starbucks coffee.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Captain Rocky Stone. I'm an aviation safety investigator for air carrier operations.
I'm John Flynn, systems investigator.
I'm William Bramble. I'm a National Resource Specialist for Human Performance.
Captain Van McKinney, aerospace engineer, helicopters.
I'm Sarah Lewis, air traffic control investigator.
Marie Moeller, vehicle performance investigator.
Michael Portman, aerospace engineer, vehicle recorders.
Catherine Wilson, human performance.
Brian Soper, lead air traffic investigator.
Jihoon Shin, helicopter engineer.
I'm Brian Fuchs, materials engineer, and I will be running the audio-visual today.
Good morning. I'm Anthony Lamb, transportation safety specialist. I'm running the timer today.
Good morning. Dr. Jana Price, transportation safety specialist.
Lauren Groff, chief data scientist.
Sean Payne, branch chief vehicle recorders division.
Tim LeBaron, director of aviation safety.
Thank you. Jana, you got introduced twice. She'll be in the front row next. So behind me is Mr. Daniel Baranovsky. He'll provide legal support throughout the investigative hearing. And for those in the room, several representatives from our Transportation Disaster Assistance Division are here to provide support throughout the proceedings today. Can TDA please stand up? We have folks there all around. Thank you very much. And once again, volunteer mental health clinicians from the American Red Cross can provide emotional support for anyone attending. I'd like to thank the Red Cross for being here throughout this hearing and certainly throughout all our investigative work, whether it's this investigation or others. Turning to the parties to the hearing, as I call the name of each party, I ask the designated spokesperson to identify themselves and then introduce others at their table. We'll start with Airline Pilots Association.
Good morning. I'm Captain Daniel Mullen Alpa, spokesperson and party coordinator. With me today, Chris Heck. Next to him, Captain Matt Gorshey, Shea Bohm across the table, and we have Captain Mike Palazzolo, Captain Russell Page.
Federal Aviation Administration.
Good morning, Chairwoman. My name is Todd Gentry. I'm the agency spokesperson for the hearing today. Beside me is Patrick Lush, the agency's lead investigator and party coordinator. We have two SMEs with us today. We have Alex Rodriguez and Andy Shaw for the first panel. Heidi Kemner is the Federal Aviation hearing officer, and in front of me is Chris Stevenson, our counsel.
Thank you so much, FAA. National Air Traffic Controllers Association.
Good morning, Chairwoman. John Murdoch, I'm the party spokesman for NACA today. I'm the safety representative. Across the table from me is Seth Myers, party coordinator. To his left is Cher Oxenberg, safety rep. To her left is Sandra Fulmer, safety rep. And to my right, Karina Marinas, air safety investigator. And to her right is Natalie Moffett, NACA attorney.
Thank you very much. PSA Airlines.
Good morning, ma'am. My name is Darren Hall. I'm the Vice President of Safety, Security, and Development for PSA. At the end of the table, we have our Director of Operations, Captain Lucas Bowden, and beside me is our legal counsel, Benjamin Allen.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. Sikorsky.
Good morning, ma'am. I'm Dave Blair, the Chief Pilot for Safety with Sikorsky. Behind me is Jill Browning, our Chief Air Safety Investigator. To my right is Paul Bowles, our Chief Counsel. To my other right again is Kyle DeLong, our Director for Aviation Safety and Airworthiness, and Dan Cooper, who you met, our Senior Technical Fellow.
Wonderful. And the U.S. Army.
Good morning, Chair.
I'm Brigadier General Matt Brayman. I'm the party spokesman. And with me is Colonel Matt Parker, our Army Party Coordinator, Colonel Noah Fontenez, our legal counsel, Colonel Kevin Easter, the Deputy Director of Aviation. We've got CBF5, Bob Phillips, the Army's Standardization Officer, and Mr. David George, Technical Lead for Assured Airspace Access Systems.
Thank you, and thank you all for your participation in the proceedings. To ensure all questions were answered yesterday, we shifted panel 4 to today, so we all appreciate everyone's flexibility. And we'll begin on panel 4 in just a few moments with collision avoidance technology. Later today, we'll move to panel 5, which will address safety data and safety management systems at the various organizations. We'll break for lunch and throughout as needed, so please remain flexible. And we'll follow the same process for both panels. Dr. Bauer will introduce the topics to be addressed, as well as the technical panel members and witnesses. I'll then swear in the witnesses who will be questioned in the following order. First by the NTSB technical panel, next by the parties to the hearing, and finally by the Board of Inquiry. And then on behalf of the board, I'd like to thank the many witnesses testifying today, many of which have been here throughout the entire proceedings. So thank you so much for your work and for being here and for your support of aviation safety. And again, just a reminder that we ask all witnesses to be present until we adjourn, unless you've coordinated that in advance with the hearing officer, who will coordinate with me. And next, the hearing officer will describe the exhibits. Dr. Bauer.
Thank you, Chairwoman Hamady. Exhibits for this hearing include reports produced by NTSB investigative staff, videos, and other documents submitted by the technical panel members, witnesses, and parties to support the testimony and questions you will hear today. The exhibits for this hearing are in the docket. The docket number is SA-544. That's Sierra Alpha 544. The NTSB is authorized by statute to disclose information to carry out its mission, but we protect confidentiality and proprietary information to the extent possible. As such, the exhibits contain redactions. These are the result of negotiations between the parties and the NTSB regarding the disclosure of information claimed to be personally identifiable, security sensitive, or proprietary in nature. Though redacted, the exhibits contain sufficient information so that the members of the public can refer to them during the hearing and throughout the NTSB investigation. The exhibits entered into the record, and any presentations, along with other records of the investigation, become part of the NTSB public docket and are available via the NTSB website, ntsb.gov. The public docket opened Wednesday morning. Party spokespersons and witnesses have been provided electronic copies of the public docket containing the exhibits identified above. The docket is located on the investigation page, which you can access in one of two ways: by visiting ntsb.gov, or if you've joined us in person, you can scan the QR code on the hearing agenda. On the investigation page, you will find the link to the public docket on the right-hand side, just below the map. A transcript of the testimony taken during the hearing will be prepared and entered into the docket as soon as possible. In addition, Mr. Baranovsky will keep a list of any documents admitted during the hearing that are not currently exhibits in the NTSB public docket. These documents will be submitted after the hearing and entered into the docket. As a reminder, if a party to the hearing has a new exhibit to propose in accordance with 49 CFR section 845.9, it will not be admitted unless Chairwoman determines that good cause has been shown. Chairwoman Hamady, this concludes my remarks.
Thank you very much. We're ready to begin panel 4, Dr. Brower. So please, please review the panel topics and introduce the technical panel and witnesses.
Thank you. Panel 4 will provide an overview of collision avoidance technology. We will address the following topics: description of collision avoidance technology, FAA requirements for collision avoidance technology for Class B airspace, difference between the Traffic Alert and Collision Avoidance System, known as TCAS, and Airborne Collision Avoidance System, known as ACAS, difference between an ACAS and ADSB Traffic Advisory System, or known as ATAS, pilot compliance rate with TCAS resolution advisories, including the current rate and what can be done to improve compliance, and reduction in nuisance traffic alerts and resolution advisories to improve the compliance rate. Description of TCAS version 7.0 and its inhibits, including resolution advisory inhibits and oral alert inhibits. A description of what collision avoidance technology the CRJ had on board to include TCAS configuration on the CRJ, the traffic display to the CRJ pilots, and any limitations. A description of the Army philosophy of collision avoidance technology, including Army use of foreflight for traffic awareness. A description of the results of TCAS and ACAS simulations using the geometry of this accident. Reduction of resolution advisory threshold and the effect that would have on operations in TCAS resolution advisory compliance. Evolution of ACAS and safety payback or benefit. ACAS XR for helicopters and ACAS XR standards. Combinations of technology solutions to mitigate the risk of future midair collisions. And ADSB in and out, the effect on aircraft onboard collision avoidance technology and operations. The NTSB technical panel, starting on my right after Mr. Banning, is composed of Captain Rocky Stone, an aviation accident investigator for air carrier operations, Mr. John Flynn, aerospace engineer, systems, Dr. William Bramble, a national resource specialist in human performance, Captain Van McKinney, aerospace engineer for helicopters, and Mr. Chahoon Shin, an aerospace engineer for helicopters, who is seated behind Captain McKinney. Witnesses for this panel are composed of the following individuals. From my left, nearest the board members. In the front row, we have Dr. Steve Kasner, an aviation human factors researcher and author and retired NASA Ames employee. Dr. Wes Olson, the leader of the Transportation Safety and Resilience Group at MIT Lincoln Laboratory. Mr. Neil Suchi, a TCAS manager with the Federal Aviation Administration. Mr. Matt Haskin, with the FAA certification for avionics, communications, and surveillance with the Federal Aviation Administration. Mr. Michael Grease, the Senior Director for Certification and Airworthiness with Collins Aerospace, and Dr. Fabrice Kunze, the President of the Avidyne Corporation. In the second row, from left to right, we have Captain David Surridge, the Director of Air Traffic Management with American Airlines. Next is Captain Grant Clow, the Assistant Director for Flight Ops Tech with PSA Airlines. Next, Chief Warrant Officer David Van Vechten, Standardization Instructor Pilot with the Army Aviation Brigade. Lieutenant Colonel Paul Flanagan, Product Manager for Assured Aerospace Access Systems with the U.S. Army. And Ms. Stacy Rowland, the Director of Systems Engineering with Sage Tech. Chairwoman Hamidi, these witnesses have been pre-qualified and their respective experience and qualifications appear in the docket as exhibits. This concludes my remarks.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bauer. I'll now ask the witnesses to please stand and raise your right hand. Please answer by saying, I do. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll give in this hearing will be the truth? Thank you. You may be seated. As a reminder to the witnesses, you'll remain under oath until the conclusion of the hearing. We ask that you answer the questions factually and avoid analysis. If you have any questions about if a question would be asking for analysis, please feel free to direct the question to me or the hearing officer. Finally, please push your microphone button to talk and then push it again when you're done. All right, I'll turn it back over to you, Dr. Bauer, and the technical panel.
Thank you. We'll start with Captain Stone.
Thank you, Dr. Bauer. We're actually going to, human performance plays a central role in everything that we do in collision avoidance and aviation, so we're actually going to start our questions with Dr. William Bramble talking about human performance issues.
Thanks, Captain Stone. Actually, before I begin with our predetermined line of questioning today, I just wanted to follow up on something yesterday that was discussed with you, Mr. Van Vechten. The term vertigo came up, and I wanted to point out that that term is sometimes colloquially used to refer to the phenomenon of spatial disorientation, which is an inaccurate perception of attitude or trajectory. Such experiences are minor and transitory usually, but they're unfortunately common due to the fact that human senses did not evolve to correctly interpret the forces of flight. A 2002 U.S. Air Force survey found that 26.9% of pilots had experienced spatial disorientation in the month before the survey, and 58% had experienced it in the previous 6 months. And a 1975 study of naval helicopter pilots found that 56% had experienced one or more episodes of severe disorientation in flight. Mr. Van Vechten, have you ever experienced misleading sensations when maneuvering at night under NVGs?
Yes, I have.
How do you handle that when it occurs?
It's essential to cross-check your instruments and reference your primary would be your attitude indicator. Now, the only time this is really prevalent is when you don't have a visible horizon. Once spatial disorientation occurs, once you have the horizon, it almost immediately goes away for most pilots. And it's highly unlikely that both pilots would be spatially disoriented at the same time. So you can also transfer the controls to the other pilot, and most likely they are not spatially disoriented.
How are you supposed to communicate with your fellow pilot when that happens?
We have since changed our technique and procedures. There's a new term called uncaged, but prior to that, you would announce that you are spatially disoriented. Now, I need to mention that there are 3 different types of spatial disorientation. The first is recognize, where I understand something's not right. Maybe I feel like I'm spinning or I'm getting what's called the leans. That's recognized. Unrecognized is it's happening and I don't realize it, and then that could lead to incapacitating. The most dangerous would be unrecognized spatial disorientation because you don't know it's happening. So, I'm sorry, going back to your original question again, I wanted to explain those 3. What was your original question?
How are you supposed to communicate?
Oh.
And I think you did.
Sorry, yes.
Does that usually resolve if you follow the protocols?
Yes, it should, because like I stated, it's highly unlikely that both pilots would be spatially disoriented at the same time. And it's usually unlikely to occur with a visible horizon. So that usually corrects the situation if you announce it and then transfer the controls.
Okay. All right, turning to Dr. Kasner.
Dr. Bramble, if you're going to raise that, can you yield for a second to me?
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Van Vechten, I just want to, along those lines of question, because Dr. Bramble raised it, at the time of the midair collision, there was a pilot flying in the left seat. That individual was flying at the time of the accident, correct?
Correct.
At the time of the dizzy comment, which pilot was flying? Do you know?
I'm trying to think back to the transcripts. I just went over this last night. It should have been the pilot. The pilot was, the instructor pilot was flying the aircraft.
That's correct. Yeah. The pilot instructor was flying for 10 minutes from 1943 to 1953-39, which was confirmed by our recorders specialists.
And the reason it's a little confusing is because PI is the duty symbol we log, which is, but it's co-pilot. Yeah. I know. And then the pilot in command was the instructor pilot, and that's PC.
Is it unusual that a pilot who would not be flying would also experience dizziness because they're not flying?
That's actually more common. So when I'm on the controls, like I stated yesterday, like demonstrating combat maneuvering flight or perform evasive maneuvers, several times I've had a co-pilot or pilot become sick and nauseated because of the maneuvers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Vechten. Back to you, Dr. Bramble.
Thanks. Those were some very helpful clarifications. Okay, Dr. Kasner, we're going to kick this off by talking about see and avoid, which has been discussed from the standpoint of air traffic management quite a bit over the last 2 days. But we haven't talked about the human factors of it that extensively. Can you describe the challenges of see and avoid from a pilot standpoint?
Certainly, as I pointed out the other day.
If you could just come a little closer to the mic.
Certainly. Our range of vision is actually quite narrow, as we talked about the other day, about 3 degrees. In a complex airspace, you have many directions you got to look in, up, down, and 180 degrees, maybe even 360 degrees. So it's a lot of real estate to cover with one narrow beam of attention.
Okay, and what does human factors research say about how good pilots are at detecting other airborne traffic that they aren't necessarily expecting to see?
Okay, that's highly dependent on how much information we're provided about where the potential threats could be. There's a classic study done about 35 years ago that asked pilots to just operate normally and were given no heads up at all about any intruder aircraft that might come their way. And what they found was pilots spotted just a little more than half of those intruder aircraft. And to be clear, they missed almost half of those, given no clues, given no heads up that anything was coming their way.
Wow. Why is it so hard to notice an intruder target?
Again, there's so many things to look at when flying an aircraft. You have the internal scene, instruments, the external scene, many things to think about. There's just a lot going on. And again, we have that ability to look at and think about one thing at a time.
What are the factors that attract our focal attention to an object in the environment typically?
Okay, that's where peripheral vision comes in. Motion is a very big cue for us. Everyone is familiar with the idea. They see something flickering or jittering in their periphery, it grabs our attention. We see it detected quite well.
Okay, when 2 aircraft are on a collision course flying a relatively steady heading, the opposite target will appear to be relatively stationary in the pilot's visual field. How would that impact the ability to detect the target?
That's going to make it very difficult. When something is approaching from the side, say a 90-degree angle, you get a lot of movement in your field of vision. When something is coming at you directly, it just doesn't seem to move very much. And that's that's a tough thing to see.
Mr. Fuchs, can you put up figure 30, please, from 2 Hilo A? Okay, so we reviewed some of the limitations of NVGs yesterday. Monochrome, this is the white phosphor version, so lack of color. How might that be a challenge in detecting airborne traffic?
Well, there are many challenges there. First of all, there's no color. So any aircraft that is oriented at an angle toward me, I'm not going to be able to see their navigation lights, the red and green navigation lights, which could help me understand how they're oriented and which direction they're coming. Also here, it makes it difficult to know what is what we were calling cultural lights, stars, and aircraft. We just discussed that an aircraft coming at you does not appear to move in the visual field. Well, neither does a star and neither does a building. So this makes it very, very much a challenge.
Okay. Mr. Van Vechten, those aircraft shown on the horizon in this image are about 4 or 5 miles away. Do they look any different than ground lights? Can you, in real life, can you make out the fuselages of those aircraft, or do they just appear as point lights?
Those just appear as point lights. It's very difficult to tell. It could be on a pole in the distance, could be a light. And because I'm so far away, I wouldn't have any motion like you stated, so I can't tell if it's moving. So that would be difficult to determine.
Okay. Can we pull up figure 29? Okay, so this is about a mile away. These are images taken from the green and the white NVGs. The acuity is reduced by the use of NVGs, so you see they look a little bit blurry. It's about 20/40 for the green, 20/25 for the white. Can you typically make out the shape of the aircraft at this distance?
No, I cannot.
Okay. How does that impact your ability to differentiate airborne targets from ground lights?
We have to use scanning and viewing with the naked eye. So continuously moving your head to try to get some type of relative motion to the object that you're looking at to determine if it's moving or if it's stationary, and then looking with the naked eye to possibly see an anti-collision light, or like the doctor stated, the red or green lights. So in aviation, we have a term, right on red return. So if you're looking at an aircraft and you see a red light on the right side, that means it's returning towards you, and that's how we use the red and the green position lights to determine the track of the aircraft.
But how do you do that when you're looking through the monochrome NVGs?
You have to look with the naked eye to try to see the red and green lights.
Do you usually flip the goggles up or tilt your head? Or?
No, you look side to side or look underneath the goggles.
Okay. Okay, so given the difficulty of detecting apparently motionless targets in the visual field, what is the role of expectancy, Dr. Kasner, in driving attention when operating in a dynamic environment and performing multiple tasks?
Well, here's where the idea of airport orientation, airspace orientation comes into play. If I have a familiarization with traffic patterns there, I'm going to know to direct my attention a little extra in those directions, more than I scan anywhere else. So knowing where to look, that is the key.
Okay, and what drives that knowing where to look?
Experience is one terrific source of that information, and if you don't have that, and the airspace is sufficiently complex, the airport, sometimes they'll prepare an airport qualification chart, and that's the FAA's opportunity to relate that information to the crew. Let me know where the problem areas are.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you need an accurate mental model of traffic patterns and movements to be able to anticipate the movement of airborne targets?
That's essential.
Okay. Do psychologists have a term for mistaking unusual patterns in the environment for more common patterns?
Well, loosely referred to as expectation bias, that if you're primed to be ready to see something and something pops up, you have a tendency to categorize it according to your expectation.
When does that tend to occur? When do people fall into that trap?
Well, it's when you, how do I phrase this? When the same thing happens over and over, you just encounter that so many times, gather so much experience with it, it tends to just sell itself to you that you're just so primed each time to expect that.
Is it fair to say that if you either don't receive information about what makes this event unusual, or you forget that information, that you're more likely to revert to the more common expectation?
That can be the case, yes.
Okay. All right, can we pull up 3G, page 57, Brian? So the FAA's PDARS study indicated that 4 to 7% of fixed-wing arrivals landed runway 33 when DCA was in a north configuration in 2024, and about 93% landed runway 1. How would this pattern affect crew expectations about where to scan for traffic if they either did not hear or forgot that traffic was landing runway 33?
Well, it would seem to make it more challenging, and I would want to have all the information I could get if I was asked to do something unusual or something new.
Okay. Continuing with the discussion about expectations, I'm going to read some quotes from 3 12th Aviation Battalion pilots. We asked about their understanding of the protection provided by DC helicopter routes. A Chief Warrant Officer 2 said, maybe I just have too much trust in what's printed in front of me, because I generally think that this is going to keep us safe. So if there's a traffic that's landing and Tower has them and we're on Route 4, the way I understand it is we should be fine. It shouldn't be an issue. Another Chief Warrant Officer 2 said, was asked, would it be your assumption that if you stayed below the max altitude on Route 4 that you'd be safe from arriving traffic on 3-3? His answer was, yeah, that's why the routes are published, 200 feet and below. So you imagine that it's going to separate you from other traffic. A third pilot, who's actually the commander of the 12th Aviation Battalion, was asked, was it your understanding that if you stayed below the max altitude on Route 4 next to DC that you'd be safe from arriving commercial traffic?
Test 1 2. 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 Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3.
that I was reading was a statement from the commander, who was asked, was it your understanding that if you stayed below the max altitude on Route 4 next to DCA, that you would be safe from arriving commercial traffic? And the commander said, that's what the route altitudes are meant to do, to deconflict that traffic. Yes, sir. Dr. Kasner, how might these assumptions that we now know to be incorrect impact pilot scanning when traveling down Route 4?
I think it would provide a sense of safety and security there, and most likely result in a more relaxed scan, lesser scanning.
Okay, Mr. Van Vechten, how long did you fly UH-60s out of Davison Army Airfield?
From July of 2020 to July of 2024.
Okay, so about 4 years. How many times would you estimate you traversed helicopter Route 4?
Hundreds.
And how many times did you encounter airline traffic landing runway 33?
Less than 10.
Okay. You said yesterday that you were not intimately familiar with the approach path for runway 33 that airliners used. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If you were traveling south on Route 4, how would you know where to look for traffic landing 33?
You'd have to look at the approach end of the runway and then trace backwards to where you believe the aircraft would be coming from.
Okay, so you would extend sort of the center line of runway 33 imaginarily into the
That's
the
a better,
space.
more technical way of saying it.
Okay. All right. Were you aware that it was a circling approach?
33 is a circling only?
Mm-hmm.
I was not aware of that.
Okay. And I think you mentioned something about an ILS, maybe an assumption that there was an ILS to 33?
I just assumed most, well, either ILS or GPS, I would assume, would be the most approaches that the fixed wing would be doing.
Okay.
Which would imply a straight-in approach.
Okay. Dr. Kasner, given some of the limitations that we've discussed, foresee and avoid, visual scanning, how can we best support pilots in seeing and avoiding other airborne traffic so they know where and when to monitor?
I would say to start out with a thorough familiarization with the airspace, just this sort of thing that we're discussing here. If there are other approaches, alternative approaches in use, especially circling approaches, have everyone know about that, all types of aircraft. Basically, being intimately familiar with the way business is done in that piece of airspace.
Okay. So you're talking about expectancy and knowing where and when to look by having an accurate mental model of what's going on.
Absolutely.
All right. So an additional redundant layer of protection might involve technological solutions. What is the role of collision avoidance technology?
Okay, that's the second sort of information that we can supply to the see and avoid process, where you're keeping a general vigilance for traffic, but then there happens to be a particular aircraft that you need to look at. So this is a way of providing information about where to look, what direction, what altitude to look, and it's known to be highly effective.
Okay, so there are different types of technologies for supporting traffic awareness. There are cockpit displays of traffic information, and there are traffic alerting systems, some of which provide merely advisory information, some of which provide directive guidance. Can you walk us through those different kinds of technologies and what purpose they serve?
Well, they all essentially inform the visual search process in the same way. Even the controller's advisory that you have traffic at, say, 1 o'clock, 500 above, it tells you where to point your eyes. Good evidence that you can portray that on a cockpit display. Pilots can look down at it and gather the same sort of information, project that flat display in the cockpit into the real world scene. And again, it's very effective. It speeds up the target acquisition on the part of the pilot.
So it aids in knowing where to look for a target?
Greatly so.
Okay. Even if you have maybe a little bit less than ideal amount of information about where that target should be, such as a vague communication from air traffic control?
Yeah, certainly. It literally tells you where to point your eyes.
Okay. Tell me about traffic alerting and what function that serves.
I guess I don't understand. A verbal alert, are we talking about?
So yeah, many of these traffic displays have both oral and visual alerts that will warn a pilot about traffic that could be a potential threat. From a cognitive standpoint or a perceptual standpoint, what is the purpose of providing those alerts?
Oh, once again, just tell you how to limit your search to the vicinity of the target. It literally tells you where to point that narrow visual flashlight beam that we all have. And we know there's a tremendous speed up associated with that when we do have the information.
Is it fair to say that if you are busy performing other aviation-related tasks and you do not detect a potentially threatening target, that an oral alert could draw your attention to the display and indicate to you a threat that you need to search for?
Absolutely. That's its intended purpose.
Okay, and how much more quickly might you find a target if you are provided this type of technology as opposed to just looking for something unaided?
The studies out there generally find about an 8-to-1 speed up. So imagine a target that I would take 8 seconds to find, completely unaided. Using a display like this or an alert like this, I can generally find that in 1 second. Or if it would require 16 seconds, I can now maybe see it in 2 seconds. It's amazing.
That is a massive effect. Last question, Dr. Kasner, just wrapping up. You reviewed the docket for this accident investigation extensively. And from a human factors standpoint, do you see any design vulnerabilities in the system as a whole for preventing collisions between helicopters and fixed-wing traffic near DCA?
Yeah, again, I'd start with the two sorts of information that I gave the opinion that really aid visual search is airspace familiarity. That's huge. Know exactly where the aircraft are. And then, of course, secondly, active use to the extent possible, collision avoidance systems.
Thank you very much. I'll pass the questioning on to Captain Stone.
Thank you, Dr. Bramble. I'm going to follow up Dr. Kasner with one more question. You talked about the importance of see and avoid or having situational awareness of where the traffic is to help you acquire the see and avoid. Can you give a comment on the effectiveness of a collision avoidance system, which doesn't rely on see and avoid at all? It provides guidance to the pilot on how to avoid a midair collision. So how would you contrast the effectiveness of a system like that versus see and avoid?
So just to clarify, are we talking about a resolution advisory or a traffic advisory?
A resolution advisory.
Okay, well, that's a very different thing. With a traffic advisory, even if you're looking for traffic on a display, it's still see and avoid. You're just seeing it somewhere else. But a resolution advisory, yeah, incredibly effective if it's trained properly. We know that when you get a resolution advisory, and for that to be effective, you need to turn your brain off. You need to not wonder why. You just do it, and that's a difficult thing.
Very, very well said. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to change subjects a little bit. I'm going to go to Dr. Kunze to talk about ADSB, automatic dependent surveillance broadcast. And you know, we've thrown that term around a lot over the last couple days. And could you just give us a layman's explanation of What is ADSB out and in?
Yeah, I'll do my best. Automatic dependent surveillance broadcast, as you said, stands for, ADSB stands for those words. Every one of those words is actually important. It is automatic in the sense that it automatically broadcasts information. That is different than some of the other technologies out there where we rely on the interrogation from a radar on the ground, where then a transponder on board the aircraft replies, and that's how the location of aircraft is being measured. It is dependent because it requires the presence of a high accuracy navigation system. Usually this is a GPS system, but it doesn't have to be. What makes ADSB dependent is that we need that information to populate the fields in the message of ADSB. So if I broadcast my latitude and longitude, my ADSB system doesn't know my latitude and my longitude. I have to get that from somewhere else. And so therefore the system is dependent. It is surveillance. In other words, it isn't engine data. It isn't flight vehicle information system data. It is surveillance data. So latitude, longitude, altitude, velocities, aircraft information from a size and type perspective, flight ID, which is very helpful when you try to identify a particular aircraft. If air traffic control calls out, American Airlines, whatever number, you actually can now identify what aircraft that is being displayed and called out to you. And then lastly, broadcast, because it is broadcasting out that information. We often differentiate between ADSB out and ADSB in. ADSB out is the action of broadcasting this information from an aircraft. ADSB in is the action of then receiving that information on board my own aircraft from anyone else who might be broadcasting it. Now there's a couple of important points to make here is when we say ADSB in, for example, just receiving the information is only the first step. What's more important is what we do with that data once we have it on the aircraft. We talked about the ability to display it to the pilot for situation awareness. We can use it for issuing alerts. We can use it to improve separation in the air. We can aid air traffic control functions. Yesterday we talked about flow-based, time-based flow management. We can improve spacing between aircraft. And it's really that ability, those applications that we wrap around that data that represents the fundamental transformation opportunity that we have with the air transportation system. Another thing to highlight here is ADSB in is only as good as your ADSB out equipage level. So if people aren't broadcasting, ADSB in isn't very useful. So it really matters that everybody else broadcasts ADSB out messages. And the last thing I highlight, in the United States we have two frequencies for ADSB. One is called Universal Access Transceiver, or UAT, and the other one is 1090 Extended Squitter, 1090 ES for short. That unfortunately introduces some complexity in the system. So if I am broadcasting on UAT, someone with a 1090 ES system cannot hear my broadcasts and vice versa. And so there are some systems on the ground that help with the translation of that, but that is system complexity that makes it difficult for some aircraft to hear others and vice versa.
Thank you. And I'm going to go back to the point you made just your second point ago, and that was it's critical how much equipage there is. And I'm going to go to Mr. Haskin and ask, what are the FAA requirements for ADSB out? When were they enacted and where do they apply?
Oh, okay. Yeah, so the ADSB requirements came into effect January of 2020, and they apply in various airspaces. I don't know how much detail you're looking for, but they unfortunately get rather complex about the different airspaces we require it. But for instance, certainly in Class B airspace, which is the focus of this hearing, it is a requirement.
Great, thank you. And I'm going to go back to Dr. Kunze, and can you talk about, you introduced kind of ADSB, and one of the most basic levels of how ADSB can be used is the ADSB Traffic Awareness System, or ATAS.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about that, and what is it, and how does it work?
Yeah, so one of the benefits of ADSBN is that it allows for a significant improvement in collision avoidance performance, collision avoidance system design. And there's a figure in Exhibit 2-Air-U, uniform, page 2, that provides the larger context for collision avoidance systems, if we would be able to pull that up. When we talk about collision avoidance or conflict management more generally, there's an international framework that exists where and this is harmonized via ICAO. So this is a global framework that is used when it comes to keeping aircraft apart from each other. So this is the same in Europe, in Asia, in the United States. It's harmonized via ICAO, the UN body by the name of International Civil Aviation Organization. And it consists of 3 layers. The first layer is meant to keep aircraft apart by structuring the airspace and routes in a way that is inherently safe. That's the first layer. This is not something that really manifests during the flight itself, but it's something that happens primarily before the flight. The second layer is ATC separation or remain well clear actions by the pilot during the flight. We talked about this a lot yesterday, so our conflict probe, our air traffic control separation support is that middle layer. And then the last layer is the collision avoidance layer. So this is now the pilot, where the middle layer is air traffic control. The last layer is legally, squarely the responsibility of the pilot. And as Dr. Kasner said, this last layer is hard for the pilot to do just by vision. The see and avoid requirement there is hard. And so over the years, we've developed a large number of systems that support the pilot in the task of the visual acquisition or the avoidance of other aircraft. And those systems, they fall into 2 categories. We already mentioned them. The first category is a traffic alerting system. So this provides alerts to the pilot on where the aircraft is. It's usually what we call a yellow level alert. So it's a caution, which requires immediate attention by the pilot, but the pilot still needs to determine whether an action is actually necessary. And then the second category of systems is a collision avoidance system, which also provides an escape maneuver. So those are usually red level alerts, immediate attention by the pilot, immediate action by the pilot. And as I mentioned, it's directive. So it tells the pilot how to avoid a hazard or a conflict in midair. So this existed all before the introduction of ADSB. And it used, a lot of the sensors that are used in these systems are effectively 1980s technology. So they ping, they interrogate other aircraft, they wait for a reply, they time how long that takes, that gives you an estimate of range. You watch range over time and you can tell whether the aircraft is getting closer or not. Mind you, when you have range, you don't know if the aircraft is in front of you or behind you or wherever, you just have range. You have range rate by watching it over time. And in the reply from the aircraft, you get altitude. So you have 3 parameters, range, range rate, and altitude. And that's the information you have to decide whether you're going to avoid or try to do something about this aircraft in your vicinity. And this is where actually a lot of these systems struggle, because what you do when you design these types of systems, when you have that limited amount of information, you have to have fairly large protection values around the aircraft, because you don't really know where they are. And so these systems work well in an en route environment where aircraft are naturally far apart. But as aircraft get closer to each other in a terminal environment, these systems tend to have fairly large rates of undesirable alerts. They alert on aircraft that you know they are there, or air traffic control is providing separation, so you don't really want to hear alerts continuously as you get closer and closer to the airport. And this is where the introduction of ADSB really provides a significant improvement. You go from this very large volume around other aircraft to a very small, constrained environment where you now know latitude and longitude. Rather than a relative measurement, I have an absolute measurement. I know latitude, longitude, I know velocity, I know geometric altitude, I know pressure altitude, I know type of aircraft, I know direction because I know the heading of the aircraft. So now all of a sudden, we have an exquisite set of data that allows us to do alerting in ways that before we weren't able to do. And so that allowed us, and this was the genesis of the ATAS program, the Airborne Traffic Alerting System program. I was a grad student at the time at MIT, and the FAA, realizing this opportunity, came to MIT and asked if we would be willing to help them in the development of this first ADSB-based collision alerting system. So to be clear, this is that first category. This is a traffic alerting system, not an avoidance system, a traffic alerting system. And so we started out with looking at the 10 years prior, all the midair collisions that had happened, to understand the dynamics, to understand the risk factors that actually lead to midair collisions. In fact, if you pull up slide probably 3 on that same exhibit, the high-level results of how midair collisions happened, it was 112 NTSB reports that we reviewed for this. You can see on the left where the midair collisions actually happen, and much to my surprise, at least initially, almost 2/3 of midair collisions happen in the immediate vicinity of the airport, and then about the last third is away from the airport. And the geometry between those collisions is oftentimes aircraft going in the same direction. And so this was very informative because it allowed us to identify geometries that mattered from a design perspective in this ATAS system, and ultimately derive system requirements that drove the design for how to do collision alerting in the airport environment, where existing collision alerting systems at the time just had limited performance. And so from there, we went, did a large amount of flight tests. We did algorithm system development. In fact, the FAA's tech center helped us to fly helicopters. We did encounters between helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft, two fixed-wing aircraft approaching the same runway, small airplanes, fast airplanes, big airplanes, all the full trade space. That ultimately resulted in an RTCA standard. So this has been standardized. It has been harmonized with Europe. We have certified these systems, built them. There are thousands of them in the field. And as far as we know, there's currently, there hasn't been any one of those systems that has been involved in a midair collision, as far as we can tell, ever since we introduced this. And so the introduction of ATAS, the air traffic alerting system, has fixed that hole that we had in collision avoidance systems, where they had less performance in the terminal environment. We're still working on the ACAS version, which is the collision avoidance, the directive, the Category 2 system. That's in work, but the ATAS system was finished on an FAA program about 10 years ago.
Great, thank you very much. And with that introduction, I'm gonna turn it over to Captain McKenney, and he's gonna talk about what the Army helicopter had on their aircraft.
Yes, that's correct. I'm going to focus on the traffic information technology available to the helicopter crew. So this question will be for Mr. Van Vechten, please. What types of traffic alerting systems were available to the helicopter crew?
Organic to the helicopter, none.
Okay. But they did have a electronic flight bag?
So electronic flight bag would include a personal electronic device such as an iPad, and that alone does not provide any type of traffic collision avoidance. It must be paired with another external device such as a Stratus.
Okay, and we know that the 12th Battalion had Stratus available to the air crews.
Yes, they were available.
Right, and we do believe they had a Stratus on board. Could you just describe all the capabilities of an electronic flight bag?
Sure. The electronic flight bag is primarily used as a digital flight information publication bag. So all of our publications that are required for flight, we can use it for a digital moving map. So in the Lima, where there's not organic multifunctional displays or MFDs with a moving map, we can use it for that. But it does have its limitations as well. We cannot use it for a primary means of navigation. It can assist, but it's not supposed to be primarily used for situational awareness. It's not to be referenced by the pilot on the controls, and it does have its limitations. So I brought one with me. If you can kind of see it, it kind of glares. I don't know if you can see it in the light, But one of the major limitations, especially while flying goggles and NVGs, it obviously produces light because it's lit up as a screen, and that can reflect off the pilot's windscreen and prevent you from actually being able to see outside.
Oh, that's interesting. Does each pilot carry a iPad EFB with them?
At least 2 are on each flight.
Okay. How about the crew chief?
Sometimes. If I'm doing an instrument flight where I don't necessarily need my iPad in flight as much, we may pass one back. So while the pilot on the controls is flying, maintaining altitude, heading, and airspeed, we will give the iPad to the crew chief in the back that can assist with airspace surveillance. And at altitude, we probably would have an ADSB in via the Stratus device.
Right. And you're not required to have the traffic or map display up all the time, right? You could have other types of information on the iPad being displayed when you're flying, such as airport reference or approach plate or something like that.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. But the ForeFlight does, and ForeFlight is the electronic flight bag that the Army uses.
No, it's not required to use a specific application. ForeFlight typically is the go-to application, though.
Okay, and the 12th Battalion was using ForeFlight on their iPads?
Yes, they were. They had a battalion ForeFlight account.
That's right. Okay. So if the flight crew had ForeFlight and the map was displayed, would that display provide any type of traffic awareness or alerting?
If it was paired to a Stratus device, you may see ADSB in data on your iPad via the icons.
Mm-hmm. And do air crews typically use it as a primary source of traffic identification?
No, we're not supposed to use that. It's prohibited from using as primary source of airspace deconfliction.
Okay. And typically, where do the pilot or co-pilot air crew keep the iPad during flight?
If it's being utilized, it's usually strapped to either the left or the right leg. It can be stowed in the door map pocket. It can be stored there. It can be in your pubs bag, which would be down by your side where it's readily available. We're not supposed to place it on the center console or have it unsecured or unstowed at any time. So usually the pilot on the controls would hit the button to turn off the screen so that it's not blinding you. And then if the pilot not on the controls needed it, they would be referencing it from one of their legs.
Okay. And you maybe covered this a little bit, but are there challenges and limitations using this equipment for traffic awareness and identification?
Well, yes, particularly while on the DC Helo routes, it's advised not to use it because we're flying VFR, so pilots' eyes should primarily be outside, especially when you're at low level, especially when you're under night vision goggles.
Mm-hmm. And the iPad, would that be even part of the scan for the flying pilot?
No, it's for the flying pilot, absolutely not. It says shall not be referenced by the pilot on the controls.
Okay. And in your experience, how often have you noticed a ForeFlight traffic alert on the iPad?
Yes, we talked about this. So rarely, almost never. It happened once coming off of Baltimore, passing by Martin State. I got the little icon turn red, and it kind of surprised me, so I took a screenshot of it, and that's what I sent you because I had never seen that before.
Right. And, for something like that, would you report that to the safety officer of your unit?
No, I was in comms with Martin State. They told me about the aircraft. I saw it. I think it got within 600 feet of going below me. I was on the helicopter route going from Baltimore to Aberdeen Proving Ground, and they were on the final approach course for the runway into Martin State. So we were all talking to tower. I was aware of them, and it wasn't unsafe. It was, I think, like I said, 600 feet below me.
Okay, thank you. And if you're using ForeFlight and you have a different page up, not the map, would you get a traffic alert on that page?
No, I don't believe so.
We talked a little bit about the UH-60 mic model. So that's quite a bit different than the 60 Lima model. Does the UH-60 Mike model have any type of traffic awareness technology on board?
So the Mike does. There are 6 of the 8 Mike models at Fort Belvoir that are equipped with TCAS. I had never used it. It's not in the operator's manual. I've never been trained on it. I recently started talking to pilots, and they are starting to use it now. But other than those 6 Blackhawks in my 22 plus years of flying the 60, I've never seen TCAS.
Okay, so those 6, that's an additional equipment that's been installed on those particular aircraft. It's not fleet-wide, is that correct?
That's correct, and they have an AWR specific to those 6 tail numbers.
Okay, and the pilots flying those, are they being trained on that TCAS system?
When I was there, no, we did not turn it on. We did not utilize it. It was not in our operator's manual.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions. Captain Stone.
Thank you. I'm going to shift gears slightly to air carrier operations, and I'm going to go to Captain Surridge. We've been talking about ADSBN and ADSBN displays, and what I'd like you to do is to talk a little bit about the difference, because the basic traffic alert and collision avoidance system, or TCAS, has a traffic display. What makes the display that you are pioneering on your Airbus fleet different from the standard TCAS display?
Sure. If we could pull up exhibit 2 Air Whiskey. And I think that was the slide.
That was it.
Thank you. So in this slide right here, you can see the differences between what we call a navigational display that has TCAS on the left, and on the right, what we call this the aircraft guidance display. And between the two, there's differences. On the TCAS, you don't get directionality, so the arrows that you see on this screen are not the direction of the aircraft. It is just the fact that it's either climbing or descending. I can't tell you what direction those aircraft are going, but if I look on the right side, I can see the directionality of my aircraft in relationship to the directionality of the aircraft around me. I can see the range. In this case, it's at 2.5, and then I can also see that the flight ID. So I can positively identify the aircraft that are around me with a flight ID plus altitude to my altitude relational.
So let me follow up with, how would you contrast visually acquiring a target with your guidance display versus a standard TCAS display?
Well, this aircraft guidance display gives me instant information about the aircraft around me so that I can make different decisions. In this case, had the helicopter had this in front in their forward view and able to use this, and had the controller given the clearance pass behind 5342. If 5342 was up there, I could have positively identified 5342, and the helicopter would have known at that point that it was going directly towards that aircraft and needed to do a slight left turn.
And you could say the same thing for the aircraft. If they had this display, they would instantly know that the traffic was headed straight for them, as opposed to out in front of them somewhere. Is that?
So this is not a traffic collision avoidance tool, like Dr. Kunze had talked about. This is more in the realm of helping the controller find where or helping the controller give clearances, and with those clearances, the pilots can make better decisions. Okay. So in this case, for the PSA aircraft, it was on a short final. Their attention would have been outside of the aircraft, looking at the runway. And so in this case, at that point in time, I would not consider this a tool that would effectively avoid a collision, just given the facts of this collision.
Okay, let's shift gears again a little bit to the last couple of days. We've been talking a lot about time-based flow management and how that works with air traffic control. And can you describe, as it is today, the pilot's role in time-based flow management?
Sure. Pretty much a pilot's role is nothing. We don't do anything when it comes to that.
Okay, so basically you're going to get controller instructions to maintain a speed or fly heading if you need to do a path stretch or something like that. So basically you're not involved in traffic flow management at all in today's world. And so my next question is, with the system that you have on your aircraft, do you have the ability to be a participant in the traffic flow management system, and how do you do that? How could it work?
Correct. And if you pull up the same exhibit, slide 5, one more, perfect. So this is the beauty of this technology, and that is that today a pilot is pretty much blind to their surroundings and to what's going on, and the controller leads them by the hand and tells them what to do, and the pilot does it. In this system, now the pilot becomes engaged with what the controller actually wants, and because of that, you can achieve spacing goals that you cannot achieve with TBFM alone. So if you look at the slides on the left, you'll see the top slide, it says 4 non-IM aircraft. Those aircraft were coming into Phoenix, Arizona on the trial that we performed between American and the FAA. And you can see the spacing in those aircraft. And then if you go to the second slide and you look on the left side, you can see those 3 aircraft as they went down the Eagle arrival. And their spacing is 5.8, 7.6, 6.4. If you go to the other on the slide 2 still, on the right-hand side, you'll see those are 4 IM aircraft that are just starting to get lined up. Same controller working all of those aircraft.
And can you tell us what IM is?
I'm sorry about that. Interval management is IM. On the third slide, you'll see that those IM, interval management aircraft, the spacing of those aircraft is much more consistent, and it leads to better predictable spacing within the NAS. This is the extent of our trial, how far we were able to get. Unfortunately, the funding for that trial has been discontinued, and we were not able to continue the research that we were doing. And so the next step would be that we integrate TBFM sequencing so that the aircraft would have the necessary spacing. So when they enter the terminal area, the controller now, we could actually set it up where we would have breaks in this traffic so that they can sequence another class stream in the terminal area. So what we're trying to do with this technology is take the actual workload and start to bring it out into the en route part of the flight where it's not as busy, and setting up the terminal controller so that their job is easier, the sequencing in that airspace.
Great. On the right part of the display, you've got the guidance display. So how does the pilot maintain the spacing that air traffic control is assigning?
It's fairly simple. I've done quite a few of these over the last couple of years, and all I do is I follow that commanded speed. So that 210, that's all I have to do. So I go into, for my aircraft, it's called the FCU. I reach up, I select 210, and I'm done.
Okay, very good. And so your trial basically ended at the approach control boundary of the TRACON boundary, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to extend this a little bit further in the future. Is there an end state to this technology that we can run the airspace in a different way to achieve, a better, safer, more efficient spacing?
Yes, there absolutely is, and that's called flight interval management. And as we start to develop these technologies, again, it has the ability to look out hundreds of miles around the airport as flights are coming into this airport, and it has the ability to sequence and space these aircraft in such a way that what we call, we achieve very high RNAV conformances. You can only achieve this type of spacing and sequencing with a flight system that is looking at the winds on our aircraft. As you know, we have laser gyros, and they are able to give us exact speed information, and that information then is ingested into the algorithms in the box to produce the proper command speed.
And my last question on this, it's the FAA is about to invest a large amount of money in upgrading their infrastructure, very appropriately, I think. Do you know, do their future plans include putting a role for the aircraft in this traffic flow management arena, or do you know if they are planning to upgrade and continue operating the system as is?
I think we're very, we're just starting to look at the funding, and I have not been told that any of the funding will be directed towards this, but I'm hopeful that it will be.
Okay, appreciate that. Next, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Flynn, who's going to talk a little bit about TCAS systems.
Hi, Mr. Haskins, can you tell us what are the current requirements for collision avoidance systems?
Yes, so I'll start with the transponder. The transponder is a fundamental part of the collision avoidance system, and that is required really in the same airspace as ADSB is required. And so for the purposes of this, I'll say it's required for all aircraft in Class B airspace. The actual collision avoidance systems themselves are not airspace dependent, but rather what operation you're conducting, what part you're conducting your operation under. So for Part 121, 125, and 129 aircraft, the TCAS 2 requirements are basically the same, and what they are is that if you have a turbine-powered airplane of more than 33,000 pounds maximum certificated takeoff weight, you have basically three methods of compliance to the TCAS rule. The first is having a TCAS 2 system that's version 7.0 or later. The second is we allow a TCAS 2 system of 6.04 if it was installed in your airplane before May 1st, 2003. And then the third is you can have a collision avoidance system that's capable of coordinating with units that are 6.04 capable.
Can you describe the differences between the 6.4 and the 7.1, 7.2?
So basically the three versions of TCAS are 6.04, 7.0, and 7.1. Different capabilities were added over time. I think some of my other colleagues, Mr. Suki or Dr. Olson, can probably speak to the differences in the development of those different versions better than I could.
Yes. 604 Alpha, the first iteration of collision avoidance introduced in the early 90s. Great performance, but as you roll out technology and get some experience with it, you realize there are some tweaks and modifications needed for extending from 604 Alpha to 7. Several change proposals were introduced. I mean, there were hundreds introduced into version 7, specifically to deal with nuisance alerting, a matter that we've been talking about a lot lately. So what really aided in 7 was the introduction of sense reversal logic, the introduction of horizontal misdistance filter, and then lastly, a real big one was the introduction of RVSM airspace and the tolerances associated with alerting at higher levels. And then when we go from 7 to 7.1, a lot of there were two changes, primary changes, specifically dealing with the Uberling incident where the sense reversal logic was extended for, there's a sort of relationship between paired aircraft to TCAS equipped aircraft. There was a reversal logic for the master aircraft. There were modifications to the slave reversal logic, and then also to the adjust vertical speed adjust enunciations where it required a reduction in vertical speed. We removed that to where it was just a simple level off zero command.
Thank you. Next question is for Mr. Flanagan. What are the Army requirements for collision avoidance systems?
So currently we don't have requirements on aircraft, but we have emerging operational needs because of the airspace we operate in that's inherently congested, low altitude, and that requires us to look at the emerging ACAS-X Aircraft Collision Avoidance System X software, which we're evaluating.
And I guess Mr. Olson or Mr. Sushi, are there differences in TCAS for a helicopter versus an airplane?
Certainly. So today, helicopters are equipping with TCAS 2. And there are no modifications to TCAS 2 for helicopters. Now, typically, they do not meet the vertical climb requirements of 1,500 feet per minute. There probably also may not be able to achieve the anticipated G-loading during the response. And it's also the case that many helicopter operations occur below 1,000 feet AGL. And as we'll discuss later in this panel, I'm sure TCAS resolution advisories are inhibited below roughly 1,000 feet AGL. It also does not consider terrain or obstructions. So the FAA, and I believe that Mr. Suki will talk about this later, is developing ACAS XR, as mentioned by the Army, with as specifically being designed for rotorcraft to operate and provide resolution advisories below 1,000 feet AGL to consider terrain obstructions when generating those maneuver guidance, and also to provide horizontal maneuvers in addition to vertical maneuvers to accommodate the lower vertical rate and be specifically tuned for that operational environment.
Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Captain Stone.
Thank you, and I'm going to continue with you, Dr. Olson. Dr. Kunze actually gave a very good explanation of kind of the differences between the situational awareness system and ATAS and collision avoidance system. And but I'd like to just have you go over really quickly how does the collision avoidance system, the current collision avoidance system, TCAS, work?
Certainly. So the existing TCAS system works primarily by first developing a picture of where the other aircraft nearby, we call that surveillance. So it sends an interrogation to the transponder on nearby aircraft, much like a toll transponder in your car, and those aircraft respond with our altitude. And based on, as Dr. Kunze described, the time of arrival, you can generate range and range rate. TCAS 2 also has a directional antenna, so you can estimate bearing nominally to plus or minus 9 degrees. And TCAS has very extensive heuristic logic, so if-then rules. If this happens, then the system should do that. It also has what we call trackers to take that information and not just say it's a bunch of dots, but to connect those dots into a track. So understanding that this is one aircraft operating. And based on those heuristic rules, based on the altitude of the aircraft, either above ground altitude or MSL, mean sea level altitude, it adjusts its alerting sensitivity, so how far away those aircraft are going to be, and it generates either traffic advisories, TAs, and this is based on a linear projection of my own ship trajectory as well as that other aircraft. And I should say this cycle of interrogation and replies is once per second. So every second, it updates the picture. It uses those rules to say, should I issue an alert or should I not? The first level of alerting is a caution alert. So that alert would tell the pilot the intended function is to have the pilot visually acquire the other traffic, to look out the window based on the traffic display, and also to prepare to respond. So quite often air carrier type aircraft, I would also say that business jet aircraft, even though they're not required, as Mr. Haskins said, to equip, almost all of them have for insurance reasons. So they would perhaps disengage the autopilot or at least be prepared to do that to respond to the resolution advisory. If the range and range rate meet certain thresholds, then TCAS would see the need to generate a resolution advisory that would tell pilots to climb or descend, or to stop climbing or descending to mitigate that potential mid-air collision. And in doing so, TCAS would first determine should the aircraft move in an upward direction, or should the own aircraft maneuver in a downward direction. And then once it decides that, it decides whether or not, or the strength of that maneuver should be it to simply tell pilots to monitor their vertical speed, that is, not to change their vertical profile or not to descend or climb, as the case might be. It might be that level off RA that Mr. Suki talked about, or in the older versions, it would tell them to reduce their vertical rate, or it might tell them to climb or descend. And as the maneuver continues, TCAS continues to update itself once a second, and it can change its mind. It can reverse the direction it tells the pilot to perform that escape maneuver. So for example, it could, if the aircraft is the pilot's being instructed to climb, it could reverse one time into a descend based on the evolving situation. When the aircraft have passed each other, past the closest point of approach, TCAS would enunciate clear of conflict to the flight crew, which would terminate the RA, the resolution advisory, and that's the basic operation. I guess one other important note is that if both aircraft have TCAS installed, those maneuvers are coordinated between the two aircraft. So one aircraft you think is the classic hallway problem, you're approaching somebody in the hallway, you both maneuver, you don't want that with aircraft. So one will pick going up, the other will pick going in the downward direction, or be instructed actually to go in the downward direction. Are there further questions?
No, that was a good explanation, basic explanation of how TCAS works, so that's good. One of the issues that we talked about earlier was the prevalence of non-pertinent alerts or nuisance alerts. And could you describe, Dr. Olson, what is a nuisance alert?
I would say that this is a very difficult topic, both with the pilot community and the design community, to precisely define a nuisance alert. It would be one that is not desired by the flight crew, although that being said, quite often the flight crew is not aware of the criticality of the situation or the maneuver of the other aircraft. So really, post hoc, you can determine whether the alert would have been necessary or not. Operational experience shows that many, up to half of the resolution advisories are caused by 500-foot IFR, instrument flight rules, or VFR, visual flight rules separation. They're separated by 500 feet vertically in the National Airspace System. And that's standard, that's deemed safe. TCAS vertical alerting criteria is 650 feet at lower altitude. So every time a TCAS-equipped aircraft comes within closer proximity of a visual flight rules aircraft that's operating 500 feet below, a resolution advisory will be generated. It's also the case that many airports have what we call parallel runways. This is not the case at DCA as in this accident. But for example, if you've flown into San Francisco or Denver or Atlanta or Chicago, there are runways in the same direction, sometimes with fairly low levels of separation that will be inside of TCAS alerting criteria, which would generate alerts. So at San Francisco, for example, where the runways are approximately 750 feet horizontally separated, that's well within the TCAS alerting thresholds, generating alerts that are unwanted by the pilots.
but quite often the pilot is not aware at the time whether it's a nuisance RA or not.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to transition briefly to Dr. Kasner. What is the effect of a high rate of nuisance alerts as far as, the human ability to respond to an alert?
Well, we become desensitized to the alert. The alert ceases to be an alert. There's the likelihood that the alert is going to tell me something I don't already know in my mind just deteriorates. You get what's called the cry wolf effect, right from the Aesop fable.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Mr. Suchi. Do you have any data on what percentage of TCAS alerts would be considered nuisance alerts or could be considered nuisance alerts?
I could compare with the system that we've produced recently within our TCA, a TCAS 2 replacement. It's called ACAS XA, Airborne Collision Avoidance System XA. And its primary objective was to reduce so-called nuisance alerts and specifically tackle issues such as IFR, VFR interactions, as well as the 1,000-foot level off with an aircraft traversing above. Those are some primary use cases of what we typically hear of as nuisance alerts. And as far as the performance of ACAS XA versus that of TCAS 2, XA has reduced the number of alerts by over 65%. So a lot of these alerts would be the monitor vertical speed or your adjust vertical speed enunciations. But within that class of 65%, the deviation causing alerts, the climbs and descends, they were reduced by 35% with ACAS XA, meanwhile maintaining safety and actually improving safety by 20%. So it's hard to say a number on nuisance alerts because it's very subjective, like Dr. Olson mentioned, but I can only do that comparison of what system to sort of system performs.
Okay, thank you, and keep the mic because you're next up. I want to ask about so the result of nuisance alerts is kind of what Dr. Kasner described as the cry wolf effect of it goes off too often, so it doesn't get, we don't pay attention to it. And I do know that you do have data on TCAS resolution advisory compliance in the National Airspace System, and can you share that with us?
Sure, and I think, again, if we're going to talk about compliance and RAs, we need to break them into some categories. There are RAs that require only sort of a reduction in vertical speed, where you maintain the direction you're flying, and that's the majority of the RAs that we see in the airspace, and they make up about 62% of the RAs we see, and we see high compliance in that respect, over 90%, because pilots are sort of doing and following the direction of what they're already doing. When we parse things out into a segment of the climb descends, you start getting variability in your compliance. Climbs and descends make about 20% of the RAs we see in the airspace. We see about 65% compliance for climbs and about 70% compliance with descend RAs. Unfortunately, when you start getting lower into the approach or final segment of arrival, below 2,000 feet, you see about a 30% compliance when you're with your descend RAs.
Can you tell us why?
I'm sorry, that's the climb RAs.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Why is the compliance so low in that environment? Because that's the critical phase of flight.
So in the United States, if the pilot is able to make visual acquisition of the aircraft or threat aircraft, they're able to make a determination of see and avoid and safe flight, and they can ignore the RA and continue doing the operation safely as they determined. And so I can only sort of speculate in that respect as to compliance, and I can't go beyond that.
Well, don't speculate, but
Yeah.
okay, I'm going to. How could, or how does, and we're going to talk more about ACAS in a minute, but how does ACAS? Would it improve the pilot response rate to resolution advisories? And maybe that's a good one for Dr. Olson.
I think that in over time, we'll be able to determine that. If the assumption is that the high RA rate is what, resolution advisory rate is what is driving noncompliance, then we would certainly expect it to go down as we reduce the number of overall alerts. If that is not the correct hypothesis, if there are other reasons, then it may not have as big a difference.
So I think you might have said that backwards. Like compliance will improve or increase.
Yes.
Okay.
We would expect it to.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Flynn to talk about TCAS functionality. Go ahead.
I'm going to add something really quick to that topic. From the perspective of ATAS, we saw a significant improvement in compliance with the pilots because the system was deemed more trustworthy. So when we only provide traffic alerts, I know that's different than a resolution advisory, but the improved performance that results from ADSB information results in the system being quieter, so that when it does go off, it has a startle effect almost, in the sense of, oh wow, I really got to listen now. And in our observation, the human factor studies that we did and in the field, people listen more as a result of that trust that is built in the system. At least we've observed that over the last 5 to 10 years.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Quincy. And Mr. Flynn.
Thank you. Mr. Grease, could you go over your presentation on TCAS, the symbology, and the different resolution and advisories and traffic advisories?
Sure.
That would be 9 Air G.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to provide a presentation on Airborne Traffic Alert and Collision Avoidance System, or TCAS. At the outset, I want to state that Collins Aerospace is dedicated to continuing to help advance aviation safety and is committed to assisting the NTSB with their investigative process. Next slide, please. So TCAS provides a backup separation assurance service secondary to air traffic control. TCAS's operation is specified by Technical Standard Order, or TSO, which is a performance standard defined by the FAA. The TCAS incorporates minimum operational performance standards that we refer to as MOPS, which provide detailed requirements as to the design and operation of TCAS. These MOPS were developed by the RTCA, which is a public-private partnership made up of various government and industry stakeholders to develop consensus standards. While developed by these stakeholders, the MOPS are ultimately approved by the FAA, and in this case, for the incident aircraft, TSO C119B. When a company like Collins develops a TCAS, it is required to implement the MOPS to ensure that its TCAS functions consistently and is interoperable across aircraft and airspace. The main function of TCAS is to track nearby aircraft and issue traffic advisories and resolution advisories. Traffic advisories, or TAs, provide situational awareness of nearby aircraft. Resolution advisories, or RAs, provide recommended maneuvers to increase or maintain separation from other aircraft. To provide TAs and RAs, TCAS obtains information from neighboring aircraft and analyzes that information based on its own internal collision avoidance logic. So first, a TCAS on the own aircraft would transmit an interrogation to another aircraft. And then that TCAS would receive a response from the other aircraft via that aircraft's transponder.
Based on this response, TCAS calculates the range to and relative altitude of the other aircraft. TCAS also receives bearing information to the other aircraft through the own aircraft's directional antenna. Next slide, please. So TCAS then analyzes this information about other aircraft's range and altitude to determine whether the other aircraft will invade the protected area around the own aircraft within a prescribed period. TCAS repeats this analysis every second. These protected areas are represented by the purple and green rings on this slide. Purple represents the threshold area for traffic advisories, and green represents the threshold area for resolution advisories. Next slide, please. In addition to providing TAs and RAs, the TCAS system includes a traffic display. On the CRJ 700, this display appears on the multifunction display. To be clear, the display on this slide is just an example. It is not reflective of any of the display or data related to this incident. The pilots can set the range of the display to either 5, 10, 20, or 40 nautical miles. Further away aircraft appear as empty blue diamonds. As aircraft get within 6 nautical miles and 1,200 feet, the blue diamond will fill in. This is a visual tool for the pilots to indicate the aircraft is getting closer. On this slide, the aircraft represented by the unfilled blue diamond has a +10 next to it. That means 1,000 feet altitude difference, and the plus means the aircraft is above the own aircraft. The aircraft represented by the filled-in blue diamond is marked with -10, meaning that that aircraft is 1,000 feet below the own aircraft. The down arrow indicates that the aircraft is descending by greater than 500 feet per minute. The aircraft with a yellow circle is subject to a traffic advisory. The notation next to it, -02, and an up arrow, means that the aircraft is 200 feet below the own aircraft and is climbing at a rate greater than 500 feet per minute. And then finally, the aircraft marked by the red square is subject to a resolution advisory. This aircraft has a +2 next to it, meaning that it is 200 feet above the own aircraft. Next slide, please. The traffic display that I just showed would appear on the multifunction display. However, the TAs and the RAs also appear on the primary flight display. This is an example of a TA on the primary flight display. Notice that in the bottom right corner, the word traffic appears in yellow. This indicates a traffic advisory. In addition, a traffic advisory will generally be accompanied by an oral alert that states the words traffic, traffic. Next slide, please. And here is an example of an RA on the primary flight display. Again, I would like to direct your attention to the bottom right corner. You see the word traffic in red indicates a resolution advisory. In addition, a red indicator arc and a green arc will appear on the vertical speed indicator. This indicates the pilot should adjust pitch to place the vertical speed indicator on the green arc. A resolution advisory will also be accompanied by an oral alert directing the pilot what resolution action to take. Next slide, please. Based on the technical standard order and the incorporated minimum operational performance standards, RAs are inhibited below certain altitudes. This graphic shows the inhibits at different altitudes, which vary depending on whether the aircraft is taking off or landing. Specifically, certain RAs are inhibited below 1,550 feet, and all RAs are inhibited below 1,000 feet. In addition, traffic advisory oral alerts are inhibited below 500 feet. This logic was developed by the RTC stakeholders after significant research and testing. The logic aims to provide appropriate collision avoidance while avoiding false positive advisories that may occur during takeoff and landing. The logic also avoids potentially unsafe advisories such as a resolution to descend when the aircraft is already at a low altitude. That concludes my presentation. Thank you, and I look forward to answering questions.
Thank you, Mr. Grease. I turn it back over to Captain Stone. He has a few questions.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Dr. Olson, So why are the TCAS inhibit altitudes where they are at today?
They're where they are today due to coordination within the community during the original implementation of TCAS. Prior to TCAS being installed on air carrier type aircraft in the early 90s, it went through what we call the Limited Implementation Program, or LIP. For those of you in the audience more familiar with operational test and evaluation, OT&E, or operational evaluation, it was just that. It was flown by participating air carriers with avionics companies providing the pre-certification avionics extensively around the U.S. National Airspace System, and based on pilot feedback, those altitude limits were set. I believe, I was not involved with this in 1980 something. But the feedback from the pilots was that they found some of the orals at lower altitudes, whether it was the traffic alerts below approximately 500 feet or the resolution advisories below approximately 1,000 feet, to be distracting and detrimental. So at coordination with the pilots union, the air carriers, and the community, the altitude inhibits were set the way that they are.
And I guess I want to follow that up with, and again, we're going to talk more about ACAS, ACAS XA shortly, but ACAS XA has the same inhibit limits, and well, isn't it true that those inhibit limits, part of the reason they're there is because of the technology that was available back in the 1980s to drive the alerting? It would lead to many, many nuisance alerts, just because the aircraft couldn't differentiate whether an aircraft is on the ground adjacent to the runway or whether they're actually an airborne threat. And I believe ACAS XA has the ability to solve that using the ADSB information.
I guess I would say that during the development of ACAS XA, and I would state that you are correct. At the time that the original TCAS was developed, MODES technology was not as widespread. That is more accurate and provides indication whether an aircraft is on the ground or in the air. Aircraft with older transponders, I won't use the technical term, it'll just be confusing, we'll call them older transponders. TCAS has to estimate whether they're on the ground or not, and that is not always accurate. So there was some number of nuisance or false TCAS resolution advisories due to an inability to estimate on the ground. So for example, if an aircraft with an older transponder was taxiing and stationary near the takeoff hold point, that could generate a resolution advisory. During the development of ACAS XA, this topic was discussed in our TCA, that standards body that develops the standards for ACAS XA as well as TCAS, in coordination with airline pilots unions as well as the air carriers and air traffic control. The decision was made to leave the altitude inhibits for ACAS XA where they are for TCAS. It would also mitigate training issues. I would say that we have not collected data on how prevalent those nuisance RAs, resolution advisories, might be in the current environment. That would need to be done. There's also one complicating factor is that at least one particular manufacturer has implemented an automatic TCAS RA implementation, where the TCAS output is ingested by the auto flight system, and those resolution advisories are automatically enacted. So we would have to understand how that transitions the auto flight system into a different mode. So if you're flying an approach in an approach mode and you transition at low altitude out of that mode, that could be problematic. That would need to be studied as well. So the committee decided to leave the altitude inhibits where they are, but certainly I think that is worth studying again, in my opinion, and doing the studies to make sure it's both safe and effective in the human factors studies to ensure that it's acceptable to the flight crew.
Thank you. And I'm going to turn it back over to Mr. Flynn to talk about the accident and TCAS performance in the accident.
Thank you. Mr. Grease, the NTSB had asked Collins Aerospace to complete a TCAS model based on the geometry of the accident and the data provided from the accident. You did create some videos of what possibly would be displayed on the TCAS display, and we have those videos to show. Could you narrate them and describe them as they play? The first one will be 9 Air Charlie.
Of course. So I would like to, before we start the video, I'd like to kind of tell you what you're going to see before we actually start it, and then we'll start it, and I'll provide a little bit of narration over top. So Collins prepared these models of the TCAS display at the time of the incident based on the data provided by the NTSB. And I just want to be clear here, these are not actual representations, just like you said, John. The models show how TCAS would process and display the data provided to us by the NTSB. So this first video is of the TCAS display set to a 10 nautical mile range, which was the display range that the pilot had selected. This model shows only the UH-60. You will see the helicopter first appear as an unfilled blue diamond at the top of the 10 nautical mile range ring. As the helicopter gets closer to the own aircraft, it will fill in blue, and then it will eventually turn to a yellow circle as it gets even closer. That would then be accompanied by an oral traffic to indicate a traffic advisory. I would note too that this is a rather lengthy video, and because it shows the track of the UH-60 from about 10 nautical miles. So in the interest of time, if we want to kind of fast forward through some of that, I think we can do that. So, so if you want to please play the video. So the first thing we're going to see here is that the helicopter comes into range. As you can see it right now there, the open blue diamond, approximately 1,700 feet below the own aircraft. The up arrow there indicates that at that point it's climbing at a rate greater than 500 feet per minute. And coming up here when it gets into about 6 nautical miles or so, and I think it's at the point where it's at about 800 feet below, that'll change to a solid blue diamond. That's just an indication to the pilot that hey, this target's getting closer. So at this point, if you wanted to fast forward at about, I think it's about a minute. I think we had the cue set. There we go. Perfect. So now as you can see, we're inside the 5 nautical mile ring. We're at a 400 feet altitude difference. Again, it's below the own aircraft. Again, the arrow indicates that it's climbing at a rate greater than 500 feet per minute. And now at this point,
traffic.
Now we have it changing to a traffic alert, and it changes to a solid yellow circle. Notice that the TA only is flashing in the upper right-hand corner. Okay.
And that was what was the range set for the pilot display?
That's correct. That's what the pilot's display was set to, was a 10 nautical mile range.
The captain.
Yes. Captain, I'm sorry.
Yeah. And then you also created a video at 5 nautical mile range for the co-pilot display. If we could play that as well, that is Delta, and starting at time 120.
Yeah, so the next video here is of the TCAS display set to 5 nautical miles. That was the first officers or co-pilot's TCAS. And we're going to start this video a ways in because it doesn't get close enough to be shown up on the 5 nautical mile display until it gets to that point. So you'll first see this at the top of the 5 nautical mile. At that point, it will already be a blue diamond. You can start the video. And you can see it just coming into view. So again, here we will, in a few moments, we'll see it change to a yellow circle, and that happens at about 1.5 miles.
Traffic.
Okay.
And those videos were done with only the UH-60 on the display.
Correct.
And you did do another video with the other traffic on the display.
Yeah, we did a second set of videos. This is the 10 nautical mile one, and it shows other traffic in the area. So we're showing the approximately last 60 seconds here. So what you got to be aware of is that the UH-60 is already inside the 5 nautical mile range, and it is represented by the blue diamond with the -04 underneath. And you can also see then if you want to start playing on this one. So you can see, so there's a couple other aircraft. There's one that's behind, and then there's one that is out in front at 10 nautical miles. So again, we're going to come in and we'll change to a yellow circle and have the traffic alert.
Traffic.
And then something I want to kind of highlight here is as we get closer, you're going to notice another bit of traffic pop up that is a departure aircraft from, I'm not sure which runway, but from one of the runways at DCA. And you can see it pop up right there, and it's out in front and climbing. Okay.
And with the symbology on the display with the diamonds, you really don't know the direction of the airplane or the traffic unless you monitor it, correct?
That's correct. You know the relative direction of it, and if you're watching it, you can see, relative to your own aircraft where that traffic is located. But if you're not monitoring it, then obviously you wouldn't be seeing that.
Okay. There's also, this was a bearing TA where the traffic was shown. What is a non-bearing TA?
So in the event that you would have a non-bearing traffic advisory, or the directional antenna was not functioning for some reason, you wouldn't have the targets show up on the display. You would not have that icon. So you would have essentially no icons on the display, or you'd be absent certain icons depending on the situation. However, you would still get traffic advisories and if appropriate, resolution advisories. What you would see on the traffic display in that case is a little bit different, and I'm wondering if it's possible to go to 9 Air B, page 13. There's a picture of what that no bearing display would look like.
It's actually for the exhibit. It's page 14, figure 9.
So again, this is the case where you would have a no bearing TA. So there's an absence of an icon indicating the traffic. Down in the lower part of the display, you see TA 2 nautical miles minus 400. So that indicates that the location of the traffic, it's 2 miles away, and that it is 400 feet below. And you would also get the TA only on the upper right-hand corner. And if appropriate, you would have a traffic enunciation as well.
Okay. Based on the geometry and where is the omnidirectional antenna located, and where is the directional antenna located for TCAS?
So the directional antenna would be located on the top of the airplane, and the omnidirectional antenna would be located on the bottom of the airplane.
Based on Collins's experience with that airplane and those antenna locations and the geometry, what is your experience with bearing TA versus a no bearing TA in that geometry?
So based on the relative geometries of the aircraft, and with the UH-60 being out in front and below, providing that all the equipment was functioning appropriately, we believe it's a high likelihood that there would have been a bearing target, that the directional antenna would have tracked that target, and we would have had that information available.
Okay. That's all I have. Captain Stone, you can.
Okay. So I'm going to go to Captain Clow. And when you get a traffic advisory, what are the pilot actions for responding to a traffic advisory?
Captain Stone, our guidance tells pilots not to maneuver based on the traffic advisory alone and to attempt to acquire the traffic visual out of the window.
Okay, what would you expect the flight crew to do when that traffic advisory goes off?
I would expect them to glance down at the MFD, as Dr. Kastner said, to get an idea of which window and what location to begin their scan, but it would be a brief glance and then looking out of the window to try and acquire that traffic.
So can you give us reasons as to why it may be difficult, or why the pilots might not respond doing the tasks that you just described?
Well, so if I could speak to the difficulty first. Again, as Dr. Kastner mentioned just earlier, that traffic coming straight towards you, which from the TCAS simulation we just watched, could have likely been where that traffic was. It's much more difficult to spot the traffic because there's no relative motion left to right, which would catch their attention. In terms of the reaction to the TA, first of all, I wouldn't necessarily expect a verbal response. PSA SOP does not require a verbal call out for a traffic advisory. And if I was the captain, pilot flying, and I saw the first officer lean forward in his seat and look out the window, I can see he's looking for traffic. Words would not be necessary to, it would be redundant at that point. I'd also like to state that this would have occurred at an extremely busy phase of flight. They would have had a number of other tasks that also needed to be prioritized. It is not possible to, to sit and stare and fixate on the looking for the traffic above all other priorities.
Okay, and actually I'm very glad you brought that up, because I want to ask about pilot workload with the task that the crew was doing at the time, and they were circling to land runway 33. And we actually, and you helped us participate in a simulator study where we tried to quantify the pilot workload difference between going straight into runway 1 and flying the circle to runway 33. If we could bring up 2 error F, page 11. And as they're bringing that up, we had, unfortunately, we did, it was not a full human factor study. We didn't have the time to do that. What we did is just a representative sample. We had 2 flight crews, and we just put them through, flying the approach, and had them evaluate how difficult it was to do the runway 33 approach versus the runway 1 approach. And actually, what I really want is not the Bedford scale; it's the results.
All right, I have those handy, actually. As Captain Stone mentioned, the crews were both trained, fully qualified, and current. in the airplane. They were pilots with PSA. One crew was quite familiar with the approach to runway 33. The other one was not. If you can put the scale up again, the first crew that was familiar with the approach and the airport, they rated the straight-in approach to runway 1 as a 2. So basically low workload, and the second crew rated it as a 1, also a very low workload. And the first crew was then asked to perform the runway 33 approach, which breaks off from the runway 1. And they rated, the captain rated the difficulty of that approach as a 4.5. As you can see, that indicates sort of reduced capacity for additional tasks, and the first officer rated it a 3.5. When we played the ATC audio during these approaches, the ATC audio from the accident approach, the first crew rated it a 4.5 for the captain and a 3.5 for the first officer. And the second crew that was unfamiliar with the approach rated it a 5 for the captain and a 7 for the first officer. For the first crew, we actually paused the simulation at various points in the runway 33 approach and asked them to both rate the workload and comment on their activities, goals, and what they were focusing on. And the most high workload is monitoring the precision approach path indicator on the left side of the runway to make sure that his vertical path was within limits. In the back of his mind, he was rehearsing the go-around, and because if he was unstable, then he would have to perform the go-around. The first officer said they had 2 heads-down tasks at this time. One was he had to make the 500-foot stable call-out, which would have occurred as they were kind of initiating that turn, and that involved looking at a number of different flight criteria to ensure that they were within parameters. As they turned final and they were aligning with the runway, he also needed to reset the speed bug from VREF plus 10 to VREF plus 4. And he also needed to back up the captain's monitoring of the PAPI, verify that the departing traffic on runway 1 that was crossing in front of them was clear, and that the departure end of runway 33 was clear. He had to perform a stable call-out at 500 feet, but because the airplane was still turning and aligning with the runway, he had to continue monitoring to ensure that the approach was stable until they aligned with the runway around 300 feet. So he had a fairly heavy visual monitoring load going on there. Mr. Clow, based on your experience as an airline pilot and from observing these simulations, what is your sense of how the crew, well, let me ask you this. What was the crew required to do in the event of a traffic alert in this situation?
As I mentioned earlier, they're instructed not to maneuver solely based on a traffic advisory. And their are to attempt to acquire the traffic visually out of the window.
Okay. And do you recall from the simulation work the relative position of the helicopter, whether it would have appeared to be below the crew's line of sight, overlapping with the city lights?
I don't recall that it was abundantly clear one way or the other. I think the captain remarked that the glare shield up on the first officer's side was possibly obscuring the area he was kind of expecting the traffic may have come from, but that's just my recollection of what the note said.
Okay, and we'll eventually have a precise visibility study looking at that, but generally speaking, if the helicopter was below the CRJ's altitude in front of it, would it have been in and amongst the city lights?
Yes, sir, I think that would be clear.
Okay. And if the crew had overheard the air traffic controller's transmissions to the helicopter asking if it had the CRJ in sight, and then heard the controller say pass behind the CRJ, and then heard the controller say visual separation approved, if you were in that situation, how would you interpret the traffic situation and whether or not you needed to do anything to avoid the helicopter?
Yeah, that's a good question. In putting myself in that situation, hearing the traffic oral, but immediately prior to that, according to the CBR transcript that we got to see when the docket was opened, immediately prior to the traffic oral was the ATC transmission that said, Pat 25, do you have the CRJ in sight? Then the traffic oral happened. And I believe, again, I keep referring to Dr. Kastner-Bitter's testimony in panel 2, where the radio frequency is kind of like a party line, and all people, all crews on that party line are listening to what's going on to build a mental picture of the traffic. I believe the PSA crew would have been listening with bated breath to what happened next. The next transmission was going to tell them whether the threat was mitigated and not something that they could deprioritize, or whether a control instruction from ATC would be forthcoming that they would need to react to. Okay.
Thank you for that, and pass the questioning back to Captain Stone.
Thank you, Dr. Breville. I'm going to turn briefly to training for PSA pilots. So, Captain Clow again. When do you do initial training about TCAS for your flight crews?
Yeah, so TCAS is trained in initial training, upgrade training, and recurrent continuing qual training.
Okay. So one of the things that we heard from Mr. Grease is that there was a possibility that there may not have been a target associated with this traffic call, the traffic alert, traffic advisory from TCAS. Do PSA pilots know about the possibility of a no-bearing traffic alert or resolution advisory?
Excuse me. Yeah, so in our initial training, there's an instructor-led systems class, and the training materials covered in that systems class include a depiction of the multifunction display, where a no-bearing TA, how it would appear is indicated on that graphic.
And do you do any simulator training that shows a no-bearing TA or RA?
Yeah, unfortunately not. Talking with the simulator engineers that manage our simulators and other airline simulators in the Charlotte Training Center, the simulator is unable to generate a no-bearing TA in order for us to train it in the simulator.
So with the amount of background that your crew had on the possibility of a no-bearing TA, if this was a no-bearing TA, what would that have caused as far as crew reaction? And maybe I might actually switch over to Dr. Kasner for this question. So now, they're getting a traffic alert oral, and they look down on the display, and there's no traffic that they can see. What kind of a human reaction is there to that situation?
Given the high workload of the situation, there's only so much time you could devote to that. I can imagine looking and not seeing anything egregious or imminent. I don't know what other choice there would be other than to return your attention to landing.
Okay. And back to Captain Clow, just one last question. Actually, two questions. How do PSA airline pilots become qualified to operate at Washington Reagan National Airport? Because it is what the FAA defines as a special qualification airport.
Yes, that is correct. It is, DCA is a special qual airport. All PSA pilots qualify themselves to operate into and out of DCA via pictorial means, which is a FAA-approved method of doing that special qualifications training. I mean, obviously, if there's opportunities for pilots to transition through DCA on their initial operating experience training with the CheckM, and that's obviously a good thing, but it's not required. And I'd also like to state that we provide, think of it like a consolidated playbook of DCA-related guidance that we extract from all the different manuals and resources that we have as like an orientation guide for both new pilots and pilots that maybe have recently upgraded or have been away for a while to kind of refamiliarize themselves with information specific to DCA.
So regarding that, does any of that information that you just described contain any information about helicopter operations or helicopter routes in the DC area?
At the time of the accident, it did not.
Okay. Do you think it's important for pilots to know about the prevalence of helicopter operations and specifically what their potential routes are?
Again, hearing the expert testimony, Dr. Kastner again saying that kind of knowledge would be useful. I think it's certainly something that should be looked at. I don't think it's very simple to decide where to put that information. There are a ton of reference information already for DCA, and for example, providing a VFR type chart like I think it's called the Baltimore-Washington area helicopter route chart. That's not, we would have to find the appropriate method for displaying that, and I think we'd be very, very happy in participating in some kind of forum to figure out exactly what the best method for that would be.
Okay, thank you very much. Chairwoman Hamady, we're about to change subjects. Would now be an okay time for a break?
You're changing so I think Dr. Bauer and I have talked. How much longer do you all have?
My guess is an hour.
Oh.
We have a lot to go.
That is not what Dr. Bauer told me. So yes, now would be a great time for a break. We'll come back at noon.
Thank you.
Get it together, Dr. Bauer. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. You should not put that in the transcripts. Please. All right. During our brief break, I think the technical panel decided they'd love to have the COO of the Air Traffic Organization as part of the witness group. So Mr. McIntosh, can you join us? I know you'll be over there. I think we'll have one witness leave, and so we can do some changing of seating. I'm sorry, it's so smooshed back there. And I do, just because you weren't on the other panels, if it's okay, I'll do the swearing. Raise your right hand. Please answer by saying, I do. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth? Thank you very much. All right, back to the technical panel.
Thank you, and we're going to start off. I'm going to start off with Captain Surge. You talked about how you're using your interval management system to perform traffic flow management functions for arrivals into Phoenix. What I'd like you to do is to think about the DCA airport and a north flow at DCA where aircraft are primarily arriving runway 1, but in order to get departures out off of runway 1, there's a need to offload to runway 33. That's why ATC asks some of the regional jets if they're willing to take 33. And so I want to go back to your ADSBN system and the function that it does as far as interval management, and have you talk a little bit about how DCA could operate if they relied on using your system to help with traffic flow management. How would that work?
Sure, more than happy. So what we found in our trial was, first and foremost, and we talked about that a little bit earlier, was the ability to increase what we call the IAT, inter-aircraft timing. And that in turn allows us to, that was the first step. The second step that we want to start to do before our funding was taken down was we wanted to start looking at the sequencing capabilities of this system by using TBFM. And what our goal in that is to feed the initial terminal controller a class stream that allows that controller to do, it makes their job easier. The second thing that's out there, and this is, again, down the road, but we have what's called Terminal Flight Data Manager, TFDM. That starts to look at the airlines as they're starting to board the process. When is that aircraft going to depart the gate? Giving, and if you start, and it can feed into TBFM so that we can start looking at that whole sequence of events. In DC in particular, what you could do is you could say, hey, we're going to have a departure here, start building a hold here. We also have different arrivals, class streams, build holds here. And by doing that, now you can start to get a much more efficient environment, and you, in theory, can bring more aircraft into a single runway.
So I think the key to what you're talking about is the precision of the inter-arrival spacing on final approach. Would you agree with that?
It is, and it goes into what's called CAVS and CAS, CDTI assisted separation. And that system gives a lot more information to the pilot, even from a safety perspective on wake and also on just how they're converging onto the aircraft in front of them. What our data has shown is that when you give the pilot that extra data, they will bring the aircraft together closer, and also it reduces go-arounds.
Okay. I want to go back to DCA specifically on the north arrival flow. So if ATC wanted to get departures off runway 1, rather than offloading them arrivals from 1 to 3-3, they knew that in advance. They could just have you follow at a larger interval, and that would build the hole as opposed to having to offload to 3-3. Is that an accurate statement?
That is the theory of this, and that is an accurate statement to the theory, correct?
Okay. And I do want to go to Mr. McIntosh briefly. I know that you're in the process now of modernizing the air traffic management system. And in this upgrade, in this modernization, are you taking into account the future capabilities that aircraft will have that can assist you in achieving this task?
Yes, thank you. Absolutely. We're taking a look at what aircraft equipage is going to look like. That will definitely be a part of the airspace modernization. But quite honestly, what we really need is we need all the stakeholders to play. We need to see majority of our aircraft to have the type of equipage that would pull this off. Speaking about interval management that Dave is speaking to, we really need to be able to make sure that we've got the appropriate fleet equipage that can actually do this at the appropriate times versus just certain aircraft. So to your point, if we have a regional jet and an Airbus and a Boeing 737, we want to be able to start building that interval management between all those aircraft, and not just with one carrier, but we need all the carriers that will be able to play when we go to an airport like DCA that has multiple air carriers going into it at one time.
So how does the FAA get multiple players to play? What would be required to do that?
I think we'd start off with the CDM process, the collaborative decision-making process, and also meet with the carriers via a NAS advisory board, make sure that everybody understands where we want to go. And to start taking advantage of these capabilities, we really need to have the equipage in that whole entire fleet to pull this off, like I said before.
Thank you. And with that, I'm going to transition over to changing subjects again slightly. We asked the FAA to perform a number of simulations based on this accident with using different assumptions for what TCAS could possibly do with if it was designed or the inhibits were different, and actually we also wanted to look at ACAS with the same issues. And so what I'd like to do now is go to Mr. Suki and have you, I think you have a brief 2-slide presentation on what the simulations were and how you did them. And then after that, I'll ask you questions to walk through the results of those simulations.
Yes, it's Exhibit 2, Alpha India Romeo Victor. And you can go to the next slide. So yes, my team was approached by the NTSB in April and asked if we could simulate the DCA encounter trajectories, and in doing so, manipulate several variables to see if it had any difference or effect on the simulation results. Variables we simulated were the surveillance driving the equipment. We used the DCA radar. It's 4.7, it's course data, 4.7 second update rates. We We additionally used some data we were provided from the NTSB. We consider this, call it truth data. It's more resemblant of ADSB and the actual trajectories the aircraft flew. Second variable we manipulated was the collision avoidance equipage on the CRJ. We used a surrogate for what was on the CRJ, which was a 7.0 version of TCAS logic. Our simulation is hardwired with a TCAS version 7.1 logic. We had discussions on the changes that were made between 7.1. They wouldn't have any bearing on the event or encounter of we're addressing here, so it was decided that we're all comfortable using version 7.1 as a representative surrogate for the 7.0. Secondly, we used a modified version of the 7.1 logic where we actually reduced the resolution advisory thresholds on the from 900 feet down to 400 feet. Thirdly, we did a iteration of the logic where we were talking about the bearingless bottom omni-only antenna surveillance feed to see if it had any bearing on the simulation results. And then we transitioned to the TCAS replacement, the ACAS XA logic. As alluded to previously, the XA logic was developed to reduce nuisance alerts as well as ingest and take advantage of new surveillance, specifically ADSB. However, the design objectives associated with the inhibits are the same as current TCAS, so we wanted to see how simulation results varied when we ran XA. And then with that, we also lowered the altitude inhibits on the XA logic to see from the 900 to the 400 to see what effect. Thirdly, we changed the equipage on the collision avoidance equipage on the UH-60 from not having any to a prototype system that's currently being developed within our TCA. It's a standards body. Special Committee 147 is currently working on it with minimum performance standards projected to be completed next year. And so there was a prototype version of XR that we added to the UH-60. And then lastly, we changed the quantization, the altitude quantization that we're using to feed the collision avoidance from the 25-foot increments versus 100-foot increments. So in total, there were 15 total test configurations, and we did 100 iterations on each of those test configurations. And again, what we wanted to do and what I'm going to show later are the mean, or sort of the average results from timing as well as missed distance, vertically and horizontally.
If you could bring up Exhibit 2, Aero Golf, page 36. And in the interest of time,
yeah,
Mr. Suchi, what I'd like is, let's start with, or maybe run through number 6 on.
Okay. Sure. Well, so in general, what we found is that both TCAS and XA, as designed with their current inhibits, would have only provided a traffic alert prior to the collision, but neither would have provided a resolution advisory. In order to get that resolution advisory, you would have to lower the inhibits to the encounters. And as alluded to previously, someone mentioned, I don't remember who, but the early development of TCAS, the inhibits for resolution advisories were at 500 feet. And I think we've had that discussion as to why they ended up being raised to 1,000 feet. When we looked specifically at the quantization bearingless, it didn't really have any effect on timing, and I think I'll walk through those results. Then lastly, the use of the prototype of XR on the helicopter did significantly reduce the collision risk without actually having to change existing design of TCAS or ACAS XA. Now, so to go through the results using the, we're going to focus on the data from the NTSB, the truth data. When we look at runs 6 and 7, it's using TCAS as is with the inhibits where they are. We varied the quantization from 100 to 25 feet. And when we look across the results, the quantization of the altitude had no effect on the average TA timing. So it basically concluded or confirmed that, approximately 20 seconds or so prior to CPA that you would have gotten a TA though. Run 8, where we assessed the bottom antenna, bearingless only omni input. It didn't have any effect on the timing of the TA. It would have been an effect on the display to the pilot. I think that was discussed already, where if you had bearing, you would have seen the yellow circle. Without bearing, you would have got traffic alert symbol or wording text on the bottom of the display center without an indication of where the threat aircraft would be. All right, so when we'll get into modifying and lowering the RA thresholds for current TCAS from 900 feet to 400 feet. What we see is the timing on the for the TA, and this is a simulation, actually, in order to lower the thresholds for TCAS, we weren't able to go in and physically change the rules and heuristics of the logic. We actually raised the altitude flown from the surveillance data we were given, and so it's actually being assessed in a sensitivity level 3 versus a sensitivity level 2. So you see a little variation in the timing, but the point here is more on the RA timing, and you would have gotten an RA about 14 seconds prior to closest point of approach with about anywhere from 300 to 327 feet in vertical mist distance. And so you see a slight variation in quantization being fed to the system as to the ultimate mean distance you get with vertical separation. So a little better actual separation with 100-foot quantization than with the 25-foot. Now, getting into the XA runs 11 and 12, it's, again, the inhibits are at the same level as current TCAS design. However, you do get a earlier average traffic alert time, so about 27 to 28 seconds prior to closest point of approach, you would get a TA, where you were seeing previously the 20 seconds. So you get about a 7-second additional lead time on the traffic alert, but however, it doesn't assist because it's, the event was lower than the resolution advisory threshold or inhibit boundaries. When you modify the ACAS-X logic, you do again see similar performance like you did with doing the same thing for TCAS. Again, a little earlier mean time for the traffic alert. We're at around 28 seconds, and you get a RA about 17 seconds prior to closest approach with vertical separation. And again, the quantization adds a little variation in the vertical mist distance, but you achieve about 400 to 420 feet vertical mist distance with modified XA. And then lastly, we used TCAS with 100-foot quantization and added the XR functionality on the UH-60. You get, again, similar for the CRJ TA around 20 seconds, and you get for the UH-60 The simulation results show a TA around 73 seconds. You get no RA, again, with the TCAS CRJ. You get an RA about 28 seconds prior to closest point of approach, and your vertical and horizontal, well, your horizontal miss distance is about 2,200 feet, and your vertical miss distance is about 110 feet.
Thank you. I did want to point out that all these simulations assume 100% compliance with the resolution advisory, which in today's world, it doesn't happen. Hopefully in the future world with the reduced nuisance alerts, we'll get much higher compliance. And one of the things I wanted to talk about a little bit more is the whole premise of ACAS and why ACAS was developed as a follow-on to TCAS. I'm going to go to Dr. Olson for this. What is the actual difference, or what's improving in ACAS versus TCAS?
So first, I would like to just say, from a history standpoint, at Lincoln Laboratory, we came up with an initial concept for improving collision avoidance using machine learning. And the FAA, through the TCAS program office with Mr. Suki, funded that activity very early on to improve collision avoidance, to adapt it for the future. There was a study within our TCA, the standards body, to look at the future of collision avoidance. There were complaints from operators about the excessive nuisance alert rate, and so our TCA Special Committee 147 that does the collision avoidance work determined whether or not TCAS was adaptable for the future or whether a new approach was needed. The conclusion was a new approach was needed that would account for platforms, the lower climb and descend performance, improve surveillance, and closer density operations. So ACAS X as a concept was developed to be modular, whereas TCAS, that interrogation and reply that was discussed several times, is tightly coupled to the logic. We wanted to ingest new surveillance sources for crewed aircraft. We're looking at ADSB, the automatic dependent surveillance broadcast, but decoupling that would also allow for uncrewed aircraft to use perhaps a primary radar or a ground-based radar or electro-optical sources, whatever was appropriate to drive the alerting and the guidance logic. So the approach in general is to take that surveillance and to account for surveillance uncertainty. So Dr. Kunze already discussed there is greater uncertainty with the interrogation reply than with ADSB, and these other surveillance sources also have uncertainty. But there's also maneuver uncertainty. So the other aircraft may suddenly maneuver in a direction that you don't encounter, you don't expect. So for example, in an encounter with a non-TCAS or ACAS equipped aircraft, they may, via detect and avoid, see the aircraft maneuver but in the same direction. So we need to account for that maneuver uncertainty. So using machine learning techniques and an extensive amount of data, radar data, and also through the TCAS program office, who collects information on TCAS resolution advisories, the radar tracks for the own ship, and the intruder, as well as the types and the nature of the RAs. We use that through machine learning techniques to tune a logic with specific objectives, to reduce nuisance alerts. So we focused extensively on the 500-foot separation between instrument flight rules and visual flight rules on parallel approaches, and also iterated that with the community through our TCA. We conducted 2 flight tests in conjunction with the Federal Aviation Administration at the William J. Hughes Technical Center. And we also had an operational evaluation of the final product by putting it on 10 aircraft and flying around the U.S. national airspace. So tuning, observing the output in modeling and simulation. So we simulated hundreds of billions of encounters, safety critical encounters, as well as using radar data from across the entire U.S. national airspace provided by the MITRE Corporation to understand the alerting at specific airports, specific altitude bands, as well as the safety across a wide number of encounters. And the resulting logic through that machine learning is instantiated on a lookup table that goes on the aircraft, the same form, fit, function of a TCAS unit. And the initial version was ACAS XA. It also provided provisions for what we call ACAS XO, or operation-specific alerting, using that ADSBN technology that Captain Stone talked about to designate an aircraft, perhaps on a parallel runway, to provide different types of alerts, or no alerting at all in the case of visual separation operations. And we've developed since then through our TCA with funding from Mr. Suki and the Federal Aviation Administration and participation by Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Lab, who's been a strong partner in this development. Versions for larger UAS called ACAS XU, version for smaller UAS or drones, if you will, ACAS SXU and ACAS XR, which is relevant to this discussion. For rotorcraft, both crewed rotorcraft as well as more autonomous or uncrewed rotorcraft, maybe eVTOLs, advanced air mobility, urban air mobility of the future.
Can I get you to, the one that you left out, I think, is ACAS XO. And I'm keenly interested in ACAS XO because the idea of it is to suppress alerts in those situations where you have closer space parallel runways, which is, I think, a large number of the nuisance alerts that we get today are in those kind of situations. And how would you describe the evolution of ACAS XO and where does it need to go?
So the flexibility of the ACAS-X approach and be able to tune differently for different types of operations. Earlier on in the development of ACAS-X, the community identified a number of areas of concern, and closely spaced parallel approaches was one of those areas. But I would point out this technique of providing differential alert for any special operation is adaptable for the future. So, for example, if there were rotorcraft operations that were very different, we can use that same technique in designating aircraft, specific aircraft, to treat them differently. For ACAS XO, the initial implementation was oriented towards parallel runways with two applications. One was for what we call the CSPO, closely spaced parallel operations mode, for runway separations down to 3,000 feet, which would be in instrument meteorological conditions that reduce the volume protected. You can think of it that way. That's not really the underlying technical approach, but you can think of it conceptually, reducing the alerting volume to minimize nuisance alerts on parallel runway monitoring PRM approaches that are currently being conducted today. The other area was the realization that most of the parallel approach operations are conducted in visual conditions, and that pilots could use the ADSBN functionality to designate another aircraft and receive no alerts at all on that aircraft, receiving full protection against every other aircraft. So if there was a helicopter or a GA aircraft or an aircraft on a different runway that was blundering through, you would still get the full protection against that aircraft. So that was the initial application, but it could be expanded to other applications if they were defined by the community with the safety objectives and the alerting objectives.
And last question on ACAS is, what is the state of ACAS standards and implementation?
I can answer part of that, although I think that's really maybe more appropriate for Mr. Haskins, since that implementation is really an FAA matter. Mr. Haskins, I can address that, or you could.
No, I can say it. So we have a technical standard order, which is the document we use to certify. We have that published for ACAS XA. That was published back in 2020. To date, we have not certified any equipment under that technical standard order. As far as ACAS XR goes, which I guess we're going to get into, but it's something we're keenly interested in, we're going to treat that as a very high priority, and we're going to publish that technical standard order as soon as we can after the RTCA body finishes the standards development. We think we can do that within 3 to 4 months.
And with that, I'm actually going to turn it back over to Mr. Flynn to talk about ACAS XR.
Thank you. Dr. Olson, so ACAS-X, is it only dependent on ADSB?
So it depends which variant you're talking about. But for ACAS XA and for ACAS XR, the intention is to use both the ADSB information as well as the standard TCAS style interrogation and reply. And the way the system works is it uses that ADSB information as long as it's validated. So as long as it matches the bearing and range of the TCAS interrogation reply, and that's to mitigate against inaccurate or spoofed ADSB information.
Okay. So if ADSB is inoperative on an airplane, the accuracy of ACAS will be degraded?
Mr. Suki, you had a No, okay. The accuracy, so we tune the logic to be just as safe, whether it's using ADSB information or whether it is only using, in quotes, the interrogation reply information. The alert rate is slightly higher if there is no ADSB information, but it's very important since many of the operators who are equipped with TCAS encounter non-ADSB out aircraft in the current environment. And I would also point out that collision avoidance is standardized across the world. The International Civil Aviation Organization, Mr. Suki, has worked with that organization over the last 15 years to ensure that ACAS-X is incorporated into those worldwide standards. And many of the nation states in the world do not have the same ADSB out equipage as the U.S. does. So it's very important to ensure that the system works without ADSB out information. It'll be just as safe, but we'll alert more often.
Okay. I guess this question is for Mr. Flanagan and Mr. Rowland. You mentioned about equipping Army helicopters with TCAS or ACAS. What are the issues with incorporating that on older platforms like the UH-60?
So for today, right now we don't have a transponder. There's not even a standard that exists for doing ACAS-X on our platform. So that's our today challenge. Going forward, the only thing that would could you repeat the question?
I guess what are the challenges you face incorporating ACAS-X on your fleet of helicopters?
We have to have the hardware there to put it on, and we're on track to have that hardware start fielding in a couple of years.
If you'd like, I do have a few slides that might help to illustrate this. If you go to AR Oscar, I believe is the letter on it, and go to slide 5, page 5. So these three pictures, the left one is just a conceptual installation. The unit, of course, needs to be there, and as Mr. Haskin pointed out earlier, transponder and the ACAS computer are part of the system. We already have prototypes of the ACAS XR that we are testing currently. That prototype does include 2 separate units. We are implementing the software of the ACAS so that it will work on a newer hardware platform that we're developing for the Army for their MODES IFF transponder obsolescence replacement. The installation also includes a display, and it is very likely that it will be able to use the same display, that it would require an FMS update to receive the data from the ACAS and provide that information to the display. If you look to the center picture, this is what our ACAS XR system will look like. Transponder, ACAS-X, all-in-one, ADSBN, ADSB out, everything's there. One of the important parts of this is that it will operate with 2 omnidirectional antennas. Traditional TCAS systems required at least 1 directional antenna. On a helicopter, it is sometimes, well, I would say almost always difficult and sometimes problematic to find a location to mount the antenna. And even if you do get a directional antenna mounted, there's interfering components that can compromise the integrity of the bearing measurements that you would get with that antenna. So this system, the ACAS XR, is being designed in the industry standards committees to operate with omnidirectional antennas only, which facilitates, simplifies the installation. On the right side picture, this is just it's our flight test evaluation kit, just to kind of exemplify how simple, I guess you could say, the system can work. It's self-enclosed, battery operated. We can take this onto an aircraft or operate it on a bench, connect it to a GPS puck for own aircraft information. Works with an iPad display, which of course is for demonstration purposes only. The antennas can connect, and for our, sometimes with the flight test, we'll just have a suction cup antenna. We don't operate it as part of the aircraft system, but just to demonstrate it. Self-contained battery operated, and you can evaluate the system very simply. If you go to the next page, for the Army project that we're working on right now to replace the obsolete Modus IFF transponders, we're developing what we call our micro common transponder. And this is a plug-in replacement for the transponder that is already there, meaning it's form, fit, function. You take one out and put the new unit in. So we've mounted our low size, weight, power unit inside of this container so that it will fit directly in the aircraft the way the other one does. With that, our design of our product, as I've indicated, is designed such that ACAS XR upgrade to that unit is software only. Now, if you go to the next slide, this just shows a installation overview of the system. And in blue, you see the blue, solid blue box there that says the update needed for ACAS X. And then if you look down, anything that's light blue in that basic installation diagram are areas that would need to change to go from the transponder version to the version with the ACAS XR. And that includes, of course, the upgrade for the XR software itself. It includes the oral data, which there's already an audio bus, so it's assuming that we can just put the additional oral on the bus and use the existing interface on the aircraft. It also includes the display interface, the intruder data, the resolution advisory data would come out on an existing bus going to the FMS. And then, of course, it would require an update to the FMS to be able to process that additional data and display it. So while not trivial, it is very straightforward and a doable implementation.
If I might add, the reason I asked you to repeat the question is because you said a challenge. I see it more as an opportunity. I'm a PM, so I have to be optimistic, but I'm like, okay, it's an opportunity from our perspective.
Okay. I guess you did answer all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, we're getting close to the end, which is good. I do have a question for Mr. Suki, and that's, can you tell us what your plans are for future ACAS standards development? Where are we at and where are we going?
Yes, as mentioned previously, we're working to complete the standards for ACAS XR within RTCA Special Committee 147 by late spring of next year, in order for them to be published by the Program Management Committee of RTCA, become a published standard from which then the regulator will move forward with their technical standard order. And currently right now, at the conclusion of that, there are no more plans. We are internally strategizing and potentially trying to seek resources to support a limited implementation program or something along those lines for XR, but that has not been formalized.
Any plans for a limited implementation program with ACAS XA?
We had completed an op-eval already, as Dr. Olson mentioned, where we equipped 10 aircraft with 2 different vendor equipment and flew it for over a year across the NAS.
Thank you. And one last question for Colonel Flanagan. Is the Army, do you have any plans for beyond what you're doing? I mean, you're looking at what the ACAS XR standards are, and it seems as though you've already picked a transponder that is potentially upgradable. Is there any other future plans in the Army as far as collision avoidance systems that would allow you the airspace access that's in your job title?
So I think where you might be going with this is our motivation isn't just civil airspace. So being the Army, we have a imperative to operate in tactical airspace, which our previous mission was low altitude, congested, and it's a recurring challenge to safely operate in those environments. So we have a tactical imperative in addition to a civil imperative to have this technology on board. Is that what you're going after?
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah.
I have a couple of questions. For the FAA, can you require military aircraft to be equipped with collision avoidance technologies?
So for instance, the transponder and the ADSB requirements are done by airspace. So anybody that's flying within the airspace where those are required, have to equip with those technologies. So we could require collision avoidance in a similar fashion, and then the military would be expected to comply in that airspace. Today, the collision avoidance requirements are by the parts they're operating under, and the military do not operate under those parts. Therefore, they currently have no collision avoidance requirements from the FAA.
If I could just add, I think I was in the Air Force at the time the original TCAS requirements came in, which was the result of a midair collision as well as some other incidents, and that was a DoD directive to equip troop and passenger carrying aircraft in certain classes and categories with TCAS. So that was in the late 90s.
And and this question's for the Army, for collision avoidance technologies that will use ADSB, probably for Colonel Flanagan, how would this affect Army policy in use of ADSB in civil airspace?
So ADSB, not just the Army, but DoD has concerns that I'm pretty sure most people are aware of, the fact that it's inherently open source. It has some spoofing vulnerabilities which make it non-conducive for those sensitive missions, which not just the Army, but all of DoD has to operate on. So in civil airspace, when there's traffic information systems broadcast, TSB network, the Army can comply with mode 3 Alpha Charlie emissions and feed into that fused picture, so anybody who has a tie-in for the TSB network has the awareness. On non-sensitive missions, there's obviously not an issue with complying. I would offer a little bit more expansive. We are mindful of the additional details which are available, and another aspect of the micro common transponder that Mr. Rowland mentioned is the capability to do mode 5 level 2 Bravo, which is essentially ADSB information but using mode 5 level encryption, and that enables us to operate again in the tactical environment that we're focused on as a military.
Mr. Shin, could you just suspend for a second? I know that we have one witness. Don't leave yet. I have one question for you. You said one. I just have one question for you, Mr. Kasner, and if anyone else has a quick question for him, I know he has to leave, but he's also offered to answer questions in writing if need be afterwards. You had said earlier that TAs or traffic alerts, which we heard traffic, is still see and avoid. Can you just say why that is for people in the audience?
Well, in the case of an oral alert, your attention is simply directed out the window as before, except in this case, you've enjoy a bit of information about where to restrict your search. But even if you're using a display, you're searching on the display. We're not going to take the human out of the loop here.
Right, you're still searching. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thanks, I just wanted to make sure people were aware of that. Thank you for, did you want to add?
Add to that again, for aviation and helicopters at those low altitudes, as Mr. Van Vechten has said, we cannot afford to be focused inside of the helicopter really at all. Actually, one of the exhibits showed that, pilots only look inside every, I think, 9.2 seconds, something to that realm. So it's not reasonable to have a pilot look for a traffic advisory, process that, orient, figure out where they are, then do something about it. That we're talking over 10 seconds, which is not compatible for us, which is why we're fixated on the resolution advisory capability of ACAS XR.
Thank you very much for adding that, and thank you for participating on the panel, and have a good flight. No. Back to you, Mr. Shin.
Thank you. Dr. Kunze, ATAS, that's ADSB Traffic Advisory System, if I got that acronym correct.
That's correct.
Uses ADSB. Is it using ADSB pressure or GPS altitude?
It can use both, but it defaults to pressure altitude when available.
And as we talked about during panel 1 with the pressure altitude for the Black Hawk, potentially having an offset from its true altitude, can you give us your assessment on how this would impact the effectivity of ATAS?
Yeah, it actually generalizes to ACAS as well. One of the key considerations when designing these types of systems is how the system responds in the presence of known or unknown errors. ADSB is unique in the sense that it actually tells you the quality of the data that you have, so you get an estimate of the error and therefore the trustworthiness of the data that you're receiving, but you don't get that with some of the other sensor systems that we use today. So when you design a system, a majority of the work is actually spent on designing robustness into the system for errors in position, velocity, altitude, or similar. Dropouts actually is a very common, especially at low altitudes. You sometimes lose a track, or things like latency if you have a secondary system that rebroadcasts information. So the work that we have been doing in the special committees for ACAS X, as well as the work that we had to do for ATAS back in the day, a large amount, we simulate millions of midair collisions over and over, and we inject over and over, like all kinds of different errors, combinations of errors. And then it comes down to tuning the system to have robustness to the presence of errors while maintaining the safety and operational suitability or nuisance alert characteristics. So it really is a game of tuning it just right with the knobs to satisfy all the design objectives that you might have. You could optimize for perfect data, and you could get very, very, very good alerting, but as soon as you move off of that perfect data and you have the presence of an error, the system would be too brittle and it would break and you would get nuisance alerts again, or you would miss alerts altogether. And so the design to be robust to the presence of errors is a fundamental consideration when you build these kinds of systems.
Mr. Suki, can you expand on why pressure altitude is the default used for TCAS and also for ACAS?
Yeah, because of just the, I guess the standardization of pressure altitude in aviation, and its ability to be used without having to be compensated, at all altitudes, and so it'll be the same for each aircraft, or I should say uncorrected. So just because of its availability, it's out there. It's used internationally, so it's sort of standardized in that respect, and that's why it's leveraged.
Thank you. And one last question. This probably will also be for Mr. Suki. We talked during panel 1 about how with older technologies like the barometric altimeters that use Android wafers are very mechanical, and so they have multiple errors that can stack up in that design compared to newer technologies like air data computers that have higher accuracy. How do collision avoidance technologies compensate for the varying types of pressure altitude accuracies or inaccuracies that you may have in the national airspace system?
So I would go back to what Dr. Kunze was talking about, is building the robustness in the collision avoidance capability. We're not looking so much as accounting for error. It's what we get from the transponder and the quantization of that information to the transponder, and then we treat that along with all these other state uncertainties and make our determination of needing to alert or not based off of that. So it's more what we're fed, and we're dealing with what we're fed with our robustness checks and tests associated in the alerting logic, and we go with that. So we're not down at the finer level of all the different errors that tally up.
Sorry, I know I said one last, but this will be my last one. So in something like a Class Bravo airspace, holistically, would it be better to have more accurate pressure altitude data being fed to the transponder when with collision avoidance technologies?
Yeah, better data is always, better. But again, we're having to build for a lot of robustness with other systems that are in the NAS or in the world aviation system, and we have to be able to account for all of them, and we have to ensure that we are interoperable with all of that. So as those enhancements move forward and they're extrapolated to more users, you can lean on them in a more heavy fashion. But as of right now, it's really hard to remove systems from the airspace, and we still have to be accountable for them.
If I may add something to what Neil just said with respect to the errors, one of the things to keep in mind is that the data coming into the system is very important when it comes to determining the quality of the alerting. Better data is better. The flip side to that is the dynamic uncertainty of the behavior of the aircraft is just as important. We may have very good data about an aircraft, but we can't predict the future perfectly. And so you may have very good data that tells you don't have a problem, but then that aircraft maneuvers and you do have a problem. So from an uncertainty perspective, yes, state uncertainty, position, altitude, velocity matters and needs to be minimized. But that doesn't get rid of the uncertainty problem as a whole, because you have dynamic uncertainty as to what the aircraft is going to do, especially in aircraft that are not in communication with air traffic control or maybe, a VFR aircraft that's not under IFR operations. So that those two buckets are actually very important and need to be considered individually.
Okay, we're going to have Dr. Bramble for a couple of follow-ups.
Yes, Mr. Suchi, bringing the focus back to the accident in question here, I found your table of simulation test results a little overwhelming. So could you just tell me, if equipped with ACAS XR, how long before collision the PAT-25 helicopter would have received a traffic alert?
Yes, about 73 seconds.
73 seconds?
Correct.
And it would have been depicted on a display?
I couldn't tell you what they would have equipped with, but I mean, traditional implementations would have a display.
Okay.
And an oral alert. It would have been traffic.
It would, well, this is a TCAS implementation, so it would have been just like a commercial aircraft implementation that was shown. It would have said traffic with a, if the display was, they were equipped with a display with a yellow circle.
Okay. Lieutenant Colonel Flanagan, can you tell us, is there a current funded program to implement ACAS technology in Army helicopters?
So before I answer that, and I was kind of tempted to jump in during the last discussions, I think that it's important to recognize the overall trade space of the data we're talking about and the data sources. For example, a conclusion from that table is that increasing the altimeter accuracy by 75 feet by decreasing quantization from 100 to 25 feet really made no difference. But what did make the difference was alerting the human earlier and letting them take an action, taking into account the action model of the helicopter. So that's kind of the perspective that we take. Shifting to your question about the implementation timeline, again, our current focus is on the hardware, which is what we have to have before we have the software. As we speak, I have a team which is in PAC server doing component qualification testing. So with that actual box qualifying it for aircraft use, I have another team in Washington that's doing the software-based certification of IFF and transponder functionalities, just like the incumbent transponder. The forward-looking progress for that is we hope to start fielding in 2027.
2027. And is that a funded project, or would you have to ask for funding to implement that technology and all the?
The phase we're in right now is prototyping and integration, so we have to make it suitable for all of Army aviation, so about 4,000 aircraft, 12 different variants. That's no small feat, and that is funded. The actual procurement would start next year, with funding hopefully arriving then in FY26.
And they could conceivably be installed in all 4,000 helicopters by 2027?
That's when deliveries would start and fielding would commence.
Oh.
The rate is to be determined.
I see. Okay, that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Well, unfortunately, Dr. Bramble, you gave me 2 more. Sorry. First, I want to comment on your analysis of the quantization not mattering. Just remember, these simulations were for this accident geometry only. And when you look at all the possible geometry variations over the NAS, I think you would find out it probably does make a difference. It didn't happen in this accident.
We agree, yeah, and
Yeah.
we strive to do 25-foot quantization. Most of our aircraft do that.
Okay.
I don't oppose that. I do think it's worth pointing out in the table, though, that the degree of miss was 2 or 3 orders of magnitude with the advanced notes from ACAS XR. So again, in this situation, it was relevant to point out, I thought.
Okay, thank you. And then, Mr. Suki, the last thing I wanted to ask you is, so Dr. Bramble was asking you about the traffic alert to the helicopter with ACAS XR, but you didn't really dive into the resolution advisory that was, because there were 2 separate ones that the helicopter would get. And can you just describe those briefly, quickly?
Yeah, ACAS XR is an ACAS 3 system where, unlike TCAS, where it only provides escape guidance in the vertical dimension, XR provides it in both the horizontal and vertical dimension. And the initial alert that when simulated, the initial alert that typically was the end result was a horizontal alert for the helicopter. And as you continue stepping through the encounter, at every step it reassesses, and it could change your alert and your dimension of the alert, or you could get them in both dimensions as a encounter strengthens.
Thank you. I think, Dr. Bauer, that.
Dr. Price has a question.
Thank you. Mr. Suki, I have one question for you covering a topic that will come up in panel 5, safety data, but since you're not on panel 5, I thought I would take advantage of asking you here. It has to do with ADSB performance monitor data that your office submitted for this investigation. The analysis showed that there were 366 TCAS resolution advisories within 10 nautical miles of DCA between 2023 and 2025. Within that set, about a third of those, 123 of the threats that caused those resolution advisories, could be positively identified. Could you describe some of the reasons why it might not be possible to identify some of the threats that caused those TCAS RAs?
Yeah, because of the source data where that was extracted from was from an ADSB monitor system that collects RA broadcast information as alerts are encountered. And that database doesn't collect the intruder information unless it's also ADSB equipped. So what's happening is you're getting the RA broadcast, it's collected, we go into the database, we extract, we can identify the aircraft that got the RA, and then with the limited data that's also collected with it, we can try and track down the intruder by mode S address. But we can't, because I don't have the actual raw surveillance associated with the whole encounter, positively identify for the aircraft that don't call out mode S as the intruder, what the intruder was, or So if it was a mode C aircraft, I wouldn't be able to confidently confirm that I knew who or what the threat was. So it's a limitation in just the database.
Thank you very much. That's my only question.
Chairwoman Hamid, if you could allow me some latitude, we're going to do a slight rearrangement of the witness panel. We're going to move Mr. McIntosh up front, and we're going to recall Mr. Dressler for one question. So hold on one second. Mr. McKinney, I believe you had a question.
Yes, I'm going to go back and rediscuss a little bit about the for-flight electronic flight bag. And since we have Mr. Dressler here, who's experienced using that, I would like to get the non-military operator's perspective of using for-flight in the National Capital Region for traffic monitoring.
Thank you for the question. I was struck earlier by significant differences in the way that we operate, and I think that hopefully has been a consistent theme this week. We use for-flight. However, our aircraft, all of our member aircraft, whether that's medevac or law enforcement, are equipped with multifunction displays that receive traffic information organically. However, we also display for-flight all the time on a knee board. In the case of my company, it's required to be mounted there. We also fly NVGs. We also do not stow our iPad or electronic flight bag at any time during the route structure here. We display the map. And I believe I heard, and I'm open to being corrected, but I believe I heard at one point Mr. Van Vetchen say that he might hand his iPad back to the crew chief during instrument flight profiles. And that struck me. If I'm reading that in error or listen to that in error, then that is my mistake. We're a single pilot instrument flight rules program, meaning one pilot, me, possibly, I think the general asked me the other day, if I'm carrying a patient, I might very well be flying an instrument approach into our hospitals with the med crew in the back. So truly just me. And we display, for people who don't know what for-flight is, it has several pages on it, and the primary one is a map page. When you fly instrument flight rules, you're required to also have available what are called approach plates, and it's a graphical depiction of your approach course. Well, that is able to be superimposed on the map itself, and on that map, just like in a car, using a car GPS system, you're able to display your own ship, your position with a blue dot. So I'm unsure how I would ever be able to complete an instrument flight without having my iPad on my leg. We don't turn them off during NVG operations. We may dim the screen slightly. We adjust them. But in today's NVG world, with the quality of NVG, there's no necessity to turn off or cover or stow an iPad, particularly in the DC route structure. I'm also unsure how you would be able to know where you are on a route when you're required to fly it as depicted when you don't have the map up, which we have a variety of level of maps we can display. We can display VFR sectional maps, IFR maps, high altitude, low altitude. Of course, helicopter pilots would never display the high altitude map. And then we can superimpose the helicopter route chart. The last thing I'd like to say is what I heard was that a Sentry antenna, which I have personal experience with, and what that, for everyone to know, is a very small antenna, battery-powered or plugged-in device, which can be mounted in the aircraft, and then using a Bluetooth connection to that very same iPad can display traffic. So I'm uncertain how you would say we can use the electronic flight bag for situation awareness, but turn it off or put it away. And further, if you have these Sentry antennas available, my company does not allow us to use Sentry or any other external antenna. The reason is we organically display that on our multifunction display. We receive ADSB in. We've spent a lot of time talking about, I did earlier in the week, talking about ADSB out, but what now we're talking about is ADSB in, where the pilots are given all of the tools and all of the resources to glance down and confirm aircraft locations. I can do this, and I want to assure everyone, I am a flawed person. I am not the best pilot in the world by any stretch. I make my own fair share of mistakes. But I can fly single pilot on goggles in DC with my flight up, looking at traffic, glancing down to confirm what I'm being told by our air traffic controllers. So I don't understand. I came from a dual pilot world as well. I don't understand how that's not possible, or possibly the word I heard this morning was prohibited for two pilots not to be able to confirm traffic in such a dense airspace as this. And I appreciate the opportunity to say that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Dressler, for bringing that perspective to our panel here, to our attention. I guess maybe the follow-up question then would be to Mr. Van Vechten about the prohibited comment, prohibited use of the iPad in flight. Could you just kind of explain the Army's policy on that?
Sure. AR 95-1 and our airworthiness release prohibits the pilot on the controls from referencing the iPad.
And is that in all flight situations?
Yes. And the way that I can accomplish an instrument approach is with a paper approach plate. We can brief it and then put it away. I have never had the batteries die on a piece of paper, but iPads can break. They do malfunction. The batteries die. And I don't know what kind of goggles he uses, but I have never not flown NVGs and had it glare off the windshield. I would love to get a pair of those goggles.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's the end of my line of questioning. Certainly, ma'am.
Mr. Van Vechten, you said pilot on controls.
Correct.
That does not mean, could you talk about the other crew?
Sure.
I thought at one point you said you could pass it back to the crew chief.
Yes, that is correct.
Maybe clarify that a little.
Yes,
because you're not single pilot.
No.
Yep.
No, typically we are a pilot, co-pilot, and a crew chief. When we are on instrument flights specifically, the crew chief doesn't have much going on besides airspace surveillance, especially if we're IMC or instrument meteorological conditions in the cloud. They're literally looking inside a ping pong ball. So we pass them the iPad so that they can have situational awareness of where we are relative to different airports, and if we have a Stratus with ADSB and information, where other aircraft are as well.
Crew resource management, maybe.
Crew coordination is what we call it.
Crew
Yes, ma'am.
coordination. And for this, the crew chief, you had stated earlier that the crew chief, in this case, the position of crew chief, not the specific crew chief, is to do surveillance.
Correct. That is our primary purpose. And as far as knowing the Gila routes without a map, we do what's called a local area orientation, where we show the pilots where the routes are using distinctive landmarks and features. There's predominant roads. There's a few monuments in DC that are easy to see from a distance that you can easily navigate from. So at any given time, with or without an iPad, I know exactly where I am within the DC airspace.
Do you have a follow-up?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Madam Chairwoman, that concludes the technical panel's questions.
Wonderful. All right. We're moving on to the party questions. I'll start in the middle. Sikorsky.
No questions, ma'am.
Okay. Airline Pilots Association.
Thank you, ma'am. Can we please pull up 2 Air Gulf, page 60? And this is going to be primarily for Haskin and Mr. Suki. The MIT study shows that if ACAS XR had been installed on the helicopter, the collision chance would have been reduced by more than 50%. When did the FAA first begin its implementation of ACAS X?
If by implementation you mean certification of, so we released the technical standard order allowing the certification of ACAS XA devices in 2020, but we have not yet certified any ACAS XA devices.
Thank you. And how long have you been aware of ACAS and its potential?
We started ACAS X design, the concept 2009, formal standards 2013. For ACAS XA.
So can you just briefly describe why it's taken such a long time?
Yeah. So the standards are developed within an industry aviation standards organization, RTCA. It's comprised of stakeholders such as vendors and airline alphabet groups like your, ALPA, and all of that requires resources for all these.
So basically, it's a lot of people that need to talk together to figure it out, and a lot of certification processes
Correct.
and such. Okay, thank you.
The other thing I would just add is a lot of validation and verification has to go into this, and this was actually fast compared to the upgrade to TCAS 7.1, which was a very simple change.
Thank you for the clarification. For all my following questions, they'll be in relation to operations below 1,000 feet, specifically in the flight regime where RAs are inhibited. Can we please pull up Exhibit 2 Air Alpha, Figure 17? All right, perfect. So previously PSA was asked a handful of these following questions. However, we just like clarification with what the FAA guidance is. So what does the FAA expect a pilot to do in response to a traffic advisory?
I'm the program office. I'm not flight standards, and so, I mean, I could only point to the excerpts.
Are you familiar with the document?
Yeah, so I would just point to that.
Okay. So what the advisory circular states is do not deviate from assigned clearance for a TA only. Attempt to visually acquire the traffic. Is that correct?
Yes.
Perfect. Does that guidance take into account that RAs are inhibited below 1,000 feet?
I can't speak for who drafted it.
So you're unaware?
I'm not part of flight standards.
Okay. How long would you all expect a pilot to attempt to visually acquire traffic before deviating from a clearance during an active TCAS TA? Do you know?
I don't have input on that. That's pilot see no void.
Okay. So in this advisory circular and this guidance that the FAA does pass down, things like nighttime versus daytime are not explicitly taken into account. The workload of an air carrier crew below 1,000 feet is not stated whether or not it's taken into account. The visibility restrictions of an aircraft are also not considered or stated whether or not they're taken into account. So if this guidance doesn't take any of these factors into account, is there any chance that you or the others within your organization that are not here and present will revisit this and potentially issue something that will cover this flight regime where there is no guidance?
So I can say I think at the very end of the AC is a form that anybody can use to suggest updates to that guidance, but certainly we'll talk with our flight standards colleagues and suggest further update. But these documents can certainly be updated.
Absolutely, but a voice such as yours brings a lot more weight. Would you agree?
Not necessarily, but yeah, I mean, we certainly take advice from your organization and others. So.
Well, we're glad to hear of it. And this is for, I believe this is going to be for Mr. Haskin. Are the resolutionary advisories inhibition thresholds the same as for ACAS XA?
The resolution advisory inhibition thresholds are the same between TCAS 2 and ACAS XA. Yeah, I think that's the question, yes.
Thank you. So even with ACAS X resolutionary advisories, it would be inhibited if that was installed currently based on the current parameters. Yes. So in the end, now and in the future, pilots will be flying right now in a critical phase of flight without any protection, specifically in that phase of flight, or at least a very degraded state, lack of awareness, or collision protection. So our question is, what can you all do right now to help protect those pilots, or at least provide extra guidance or some form of supplemental guidance?
Yeah, I mean, I think as you said, I mean, we can revisit the advisory circular or suggest to our flight standards colleagues that they do so. Beyond that, we're looking at those thresholds, and the RTCA committee is planning to study that and to reevaluate those thresholds to see if they're still appropriate.
Thank you. That's my time's over. Sorry.
That's okay. PSA.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Van Vinken, got a couple questions for you here, just real quick on night vision goggles here and yes, your all's use of them. We were talking about earlier on the panel about the red and green issues, seeing lights and things like that. So same thing. So when we look at the video of the CRJ, it was lit up quite a bit with white lights, red lights, green lights. I think 17 different lights were on, right? There's strobe lights on each wingtip there too. Does that aid in your ability to see the aircraft when you have the strobe lights going with the MVG?
Yes, it does. It would flicker and it would draw my attention to it.
Awesome. Okay. Thank you for that. I want to move to Mr. Suchi here. You gave out some statistics on pilots reacting to RAs. I was curious about where those came from and how you obtained those.
Yeah, I gave some compliance data. Yeah, the FAA, my program office, has a monitoring program where we collect RA information across the NAS from 20 or so different locations. And this is to ensure, we collect it to assess and ensure that TCAS is performing as intended, and to track down anomalies when system behavior is, I guess bad actors or systems aren't behaving as we anticipate.
And is that collected through ADSB data, like you were talking about before, open source?
It's two ways. Actually, we have data recorders at MODES radars across the NAS where we collect RA downlink through the MODES data link. And we collect corresponding surveillance to where we can rerun the scenario with the intruder aircraft from the surveillance data, as well as then the information from the RA downlink.
So could you remind us what was the overall compliance rate?
Well, for the large portion of RAs we see are your monitor vertical speeds, adjust vertical speeds. They make up about 62% of RAs we see, and that's a high compliance because it doesn't really go counter to what you're doing. When you break into the climb descends, which make up about 20% of the RAs we see in the NAS, you get about a 65-70% compliance with those. And then as you go closer to the terminal area approach segment of flight, you start getting a lower compliance when it comes to climb RAs.
All right, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And I asked that to go to Captain Clow here for us. I know he was asked to do that for the PSA data.
You want to know PSA's compliance rate with RAs?
Yes, sir.
Yep, it's very high, 97.7%.
Thank you. And how do we get that data? Just real quick.
Sorry, could you repeat? I had a bit of an
How do we
experience
get
here.
that data? What do we use to get that data? I'm sure everybody wants to know that.
Yeah, we have a process that we followed for a number of years where RAs that are identified via FOQA are processed by a safety analyst. And the safety analyst reviews the actions taken in response to the RA, and if he can mark it as compliant or non-compliant, he does there and then. If there's any uncertainty, the event is forwarded on to the FMT, which is our FOQA monitoring team, and the FOQA monitoring team will assign a ALPA gatekeeper to contact pilots to gather context for the event. Now, the 97.7 could actually be a little higher for a similar reason to what Mr. Suchi was saying, that the preventative RAs, it's not always clear from the data whether the pilots complied or not, so we didn't count those. Well, and let me restate that. Those would remain uncertain.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Rice, real quick question for you on your PowerPoint you had up there and your simulation of it, and it seemed to me like the aircraft was coming right towards each other in that the whole time. Can you explain the relative bearing of that and how that worked in I'm using the word simulation there because it looked like it was straight on, but as you can see when we watched the video, our aircraft was in a turn to the left, right? And the helicopter came and we know it impacted the CRJ on the right-hand side of the fuselage.
So I can only point to the fact that the data we received from the NTSB, that's what it showed, and that's how it played through the model that we created.
I'm sorry, I'm out of time. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to clarify, I think possibly the name was introduced differently. Is it Mr. Suki? Suki or Suchi?
Suki, thank you.
Suki,
Yeah.
thank you. Does anyone have questions for Mr. Dressler? Okay, I know the team wanted to recall him for one question. Mr. Dressler, you're excused. You can have lunch. To the U.S. Army.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fascinating discussion on the future and where we're going with ADSB. And as an Army aviator and a commercial aviator, I'm all on board on the technology that we have present today and where it's going to go in the future. But I would like to go back in time a little bit, back to the night of the incident. Captain Cloud, can you just briefly cover the configuration of the aircraft, the CRJ 700, in terms of what capabilities it had for traffic advisory, traffic alert, traffic collision?
The CRJ accident aircraft had TCAS 7.0.
And was the crew equipped with ADSBN?
Negative.
Oh, okay. We understand that maybe they had capability to use the iPad as well. Is that not a capability you use?
No. The aircraft itself, the CRJ, does not have any certified ADSBN capability. We do operate with iPads, but we do not have an ADSBN interface for those iPads.
Okay. Thank you very much. I want to go back to to Dr. Kunze. As we talked about the capabilities of the the Black Hawk at the night of the incident. It was transmitting mode 3 alpha in Charlie as well as mode S in the terminal area versus in their area. Based on the discussions we had earlier, can you describe what an ADSBN equipped aircraft would see with an aircraft transmitting mode 3 alpha in Charlie and mode S in the terminal area as such as DCA?
Yeah, glad to. An ADSBN equipped aircraft only directly receives messages from other ADSB out equipped aircraft that are on the same link. So if it's on the other link or a mode C, mode S aircraft, it will not directly receive that information. However, there are systems on the ground, FAA systems, that address that gap in visibility. In the case of a mode C or a mode S transponder, the radar systems will see that aircraft, if that aircraft is in, not too low, is in view of a radar. That radar track will then be translated into something that's called TSB, Traffic Information Service broadcast, and that is then uplinked on the ADSB frequencies for ADSBN aircraft to receive. So what that translates to is a radar track on an ADSB-in system with the associated radar errors, but at least it's present and information that's available. And then if the other aircraft is on a UAT or the other ADSB link, there is a system called ADSR, which is automatic dependent surveillance rebroadcast, which is the same idea of translating from one frequency to the other through uplink on the ground. The big limitation, there's multiple limitations on this, but the most concerning one is that you have to be in range of one of those rebroadcast stations, which we are in dense environments, but as you move away from airports, you have less and less of those, and you may not actually receive that information.
Yeah, thank you. Just follow up. So just because I think it's been a discussion in a lot about the visibility of aircraft, and not that we always can't get better, and we can use that information for much more high fidelity things like actual traffic avoidance. On the night of 29 January, an aircraft equipped with ADSBN in the DC area would have seen the UH-60 Black Hawk the entire time. Is that correct?
Via TSB. Now I have not reviewed the TSB data the night of the accident, but it seems like we had a radar track of the aircraft the entire time, which means it would have been ingested into the surveillance broadcast services system that the FAA has. That's the FAA's surveillance backbone. That gets translated into a track that's then fed into TSB, uplinked to an ADSB-in receiver who is in visibility of that station.
Thank you, Dr. Kunze. Colonel Flanagan, anything to add in terms of the details of the rebroadcast with MLAT?
No, sir.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you, Nadka.
No questions, thank you.
FAA?
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Haskin, you mentioned FAA has had a TSO on ACAS XA for aircraft since 2020, but there's not been one certified yet for equipment. Can you explain why that might be?
There's numerous reasons. I suppose we'd have to ask the industry, each manufacturer why they haven't brought one for certification yet. I'll say I think the biggest hurdle has been, it was only about 3 months ago that EASA allowed the use of ACAS XA in their airspace. We've been working with EASA for years. They were waiting on the ICAO, International Civil Aviation Organization, to standardize it, and then they had to do some evaluations, and they had to go through their rulemaking process. So I think a lot of people were hesitant to certify an ACAS XA device that wasn't allowed to be used in Europe. That hurdle has been cleared, and so I'm hopeful we will see some very soon.
Excellent. One more for you, Mr. Haskin. The Stratus receiver device we've talked about earlier, is that an FAA certified device?
No.
How about the for-flight application itself?
No.
Okay. And then I'd like to go to Dr. Olson for one real quick. Sure. Could the current RA logic that's in the TCAS system as we know it now, could that be modified below 1,000 feet to allow for oral climb RA alerts
It certainly could be modified. That would take work in our TCA Special Committee 147. I understand that is on the terms of reference to study whether that would be safe and effective and desirable.
Okay.
But I would also point back to Mr. Haskin to talk about major modifications with the current TSO would require upgrading to ACAS XA, but I would look to Mr. Haskin to see if that was correct.
Sure. Right. We have sunset the TSO for TCAS 2. Okay. So at this point, we are only open for certification for ACAS XA devices. TCAS 2 devices are still there, and they can still be manufactured, but we are not certifying any new ones.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. That's all the questions I have. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. And where did I start? Sikorsky? Do you have any questions?
No questions, ma'am.
All right. Alpa.
Thank you, ma'am. This first question is for Mr. Haskin. In certain general aviation avionics platforms, they provide an autonomous oral alert including range, bearing, and relative altitude. For an example, traffic, 1 o'clock high, 2 miles. Are we incorporating similar technologies in the NAS?
When you say incorporating into the NAS, are you talking about into the ATC system? I'm not sure.
Not just the general aviation side.
Oh, okay. So I think what you're talking about is the ATAS system. So we certainly have a technical standard order for certification of that. It's available to anyone. I think most of the commercial aviation users that have a TCAS requirement, as we went over. Generally, you don't put both a TCAS and an ATAS together. It's possible. I've seen it done, but it's available to be done. But
thank you.
May I add something on this really quick? It's an important point you make. When you look at TCAS systems, the traffic alerts are traffic, and it stops there. When we did the development of the ATAS system, because we have better information, we were able to tell the pilot more in the alert itself, which helps with visual acquisition, as we showed to human factors analysis. And it goes back to the Army's comment about if you're that low or in a eyes out flight phase, you don't want to look down to go figure out where you have to go look in the sky. If you have an oral alert that says traffic, 12 o'clock high, descending, you now know much more so where to go without ever looking down. Sorry, I'm taking away from your time.
No, that was perfect. I was actually going to pivot, sir, Command Chief Warrant Officer Van Vechten. If you had that type of an alerting system that called out traffic, would that be helpful, especially in this case, to pick up and acquire traffic?
Yes, definitely. If I got in a traffic, and then maybe like a direction, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, something like that, that would be very helpful.
Thank you. Last question. So when receiving traffic alert below 900 feet, was there any thought given to having a traffic alert TA? It goes off that traffic, but to having that reiterate and go again instead of, I believe you have to deconflict before you reconflict to then once again get that traffic alert. Would that be a potential consideration to having that play again?
I think that's certainly possible. That would be something that the RTCA Special Committee would address, and I'm sure that we could address that as we examine alerting below 1,000 feet AGL, and I would encourage ALPA and other interested parties to participate in that discussion. Those should be open to your participation.
Thank you so much. We would absolutely love to. Thank you, sir.
And I'll add here too, that capability exists in ATAS. So ATAS does re-alert as the conflict is not resolved and deteriorates. And then it gives you that same traffic, 12 o'clock high, descending type of information.
Thank you so
as
much.
a re-alert.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. That's all further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. PSA.
Thank you, ma'am. Oh, yeah. Captain Surge, is there any ADSBN available for the CRJ 700 at this time? Commercially available?
Not at this time. There's nothing certified for the CRJ 700.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Van Vinken, question for you there, as we were just talking about pointing out traffic and everything there. We had the as he's talking about the oil alerts and everything, would it also be as helpful to get a bearing for that traffic as well for you, either from the display or from the air traffic control?
Yes, for sure. If I got an alert, traffic, 3 o'clock, everybody's head in the aircraft would turn to the right. The nose of the aircraft, for those who don't know, is 12 o'clock, so 3 o'clock would be the right side of the aircraft.
Gotcha. So, having flown in the airspace and familiar with it, how likely you are to mistake an aircraft from approach between 500 and 1,500 feet above the landscape for a pole or other stationary objects?
It depends on the distance, but it's pretty likely. In this case, I was thinking about this last night, actually, the cluster of lights that were lined up on runway 1 versus the aircraft that was landing to runway 33, that's only a 40-degree change. So it's not a huge circling approach like a DME arc. So there wouldn't be a lot of movement in my limited 40-degree field of view night vision goggles. That aircraft might only move a little bit inside my field of view. So it would be very difficult to detect that aircraft coming off of runway 1 while it transitions to their right, my left of runway 33.
Yeah. Does the MVG help you pick up that movement, or does it?
Well, I mean, it magnifies light, so anything that it'll increase the light so I can see a lot better, but it won't necessarily help me pick up better. I need something to judge for movement. So relative to where the aircraft was initially lined up, there's not a lot of movement to the left for that circling approach, so it wouldn't really jump out in my field of view in my goggles.
I was thinking with the depth perception there with the two.
Well,
would it be the same?
Yes, sir. With depth perception, it's primarily meaning above the ground, like as I'm flying, like as I'm hovering at 10 feet, it's very difficult to determine how high I am. But bright lights don't necessarily mean they're closer to me in the aircraft. It could be just how the pitch of the aircraft. So if an aircraft has a more nose up pitch attitude, the light could be pointed more towards me and it'll be brighter, so it'll look closer. So depth is definitely difficult to detect, especially at distance.
Very good. And I'm glad you said that about the brightness of the lights there. Can you tell the difference, I mean, between a landing light, logo lights, strobe lights? I mean, those are pretty bright. I mean, the landing lights, in the videos you can see there.
They are pretty bright. A landing light for sure. Different aircraft have different intensities of landing lights. It is not uncommon as you're flying through DC for newer crew members to call out traffic, and I'll look with my naked eye, and they'll say, I got traffic 9 o'clock, 3 miles. And I'll look, and it's over Baltimore. I'll say, that's about 40 miles away. So newer pilots, it takes time to develop that depth perception, and you can only really do that through scanning with the naked eye.
Gotcha. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Army.
Just want to go back to the kind of along these lines here on visual acuity. So can you reference what the highest visual acuity is, usually unaided, when you're flying unaided in the national airspace?
So you asking me, sir?
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
For you, Mr. Van Vechten.
So it says 2200. So right now, most of us have around 2020, depending on the age of our eyeballs. But we're around 2020, and the best at night would be 2200.
And with goggles, that your forward vision, at least through your mesopic vision, would be what?
So optimally focused, perfect sight picture with the green or the Type 6 goggles, approximately 2040, and with the white goggles or the Type 8, approximately 2025.
And your best visual acuity comes from what portion of your eyeball when you're at nighttime?
Which portion? You trying to get a check ride, sir?
Yes. Yeah.
So I'm primarily using off-center viewing because of the night blind spot within my eyeball.
Right, but your peripheral gives you the highest fidelity of vision at nighttime.
Sorry, yes, sir.
So a combination of night vision goggles looking forward and your peripheral vision gives you the optimum ability to see objects at nighttime versus the unaided eye. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that's why scanning is essential.
Okay, no further questions.
Thank you. FAA.
No further questions, ma'am.
Thank you. NADCA.
No questions. Thank you, ma'am.
All right. We're going to move on to, Board of Inquiry. All right. Mr. McIntosh, thank you for being here, and thank you for participating in the panel. I want to talk about ADSBN and our recommendations and where FAA is. And your Chief Operating Officer at Air Traffic Organization. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So the NTSB has advocated for ADSB in technology for a number of years. In a letter dated February 14th, 2008, in response to the FAA's notice of proposed rulemaking to require ADSB out, the NTSB expressed concern that the FAA did not plan to require ADSB in capability because, according to the NPRM, it, quote, has not been identified as a requirement for maintaining the safety and efficiency of national airspace operations. The letter continued that the board believed that this assessment was incorrect and that the equipage of aircraft with ADSB in capability would provide an immediate and substantial contribution to safety, especially during operations in and around airports. The FAA Modernization and Reform Act of 2012 required the FAA to identify the type of avionics required for all classes of airspace. It also specifically required the FAA to initiate rulemaking to require aircraft operating in capacity-constrained airspace at capacity-constrained airports or in, quote, any other airspace deemed appropriate by the administrator be equipped with ADSB in technology by 2020. In aviation, I'll skip ahead a little bit. However, the FAA Reauthorization Act of 2018 repealed the requirement that the FAA initiate rulemaking to require ADSB in technology and instead directed the FAA to ensure that any regulations resulting from that rulemaking had no effect. Since the 2008 letter, we have recommended numerous times after midair collisions for the FAA to implement ADSB in, and especially since the 2018 Act, and certainly since 2020, not just for Part 120, not just for Parts 91 and 135, which we did after specific midair collisions, but across different airspace. In June 26, 2023, after our last set of recommendations on whether FAA was going to implement ADSB in, the last response that we have ever received from FAA on this is June 26, 2023, and the acting administrator at that time stated, "We have determined that our current ADSB requirements adequately address the needs of aviation safety and will not pursue any additional ADSB requirements at this time." So, given that, I'm going to ask, actually also I will, okay, actually I'll get to that in a minute. So I'm going to ask, does FAA right now support requiring that any newly manufactured aircraft registered in the U.S. be equipped with ADSB in?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Do you also support or oppose requiring that any aircraft required to be equipped with ADSB out today when operating in an airspace described in Section 91.225D of Title 49 CFR, Code of Federal Regulations, also be required to install and operate ADSB in?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Just one just quick thing I'll just note. You might want to update your website. As of June 3rd, 2025, I know it was last updated, your website on Equip ADSB, which promotes the use of this technology, so thank you very much. Under frequently asked questions, it says, is ADSB in required? And the answer is, at this time, the FAA does not plan to mandate ADSB in. While technically correct, you don't plan to mandate it. Your position has shifted, and I appreciate that, and thank you for clarifying that. I did that all in my 5 minutes. Member Graham, thank you.
Captain Clow, I've got some questions as far as where the traffic display is in the cockpit of a CRJ-7 that was involved. Where would the crew look at the traffic? Where would it be on the instrument panel?
The multifunction display, there are two of them, one for each pilot. It's forward in the glare shield. That's the primary reference for TCAS information. I also would like to indicate that there's a small TCAS message area on the primary flight display as well.
Okay, so if there was a traffic advisory of the sort, that would come up on that area?
Yes, sir.
Okay, does that display, the multifunction display, will that only bring up the range ring, and it's selectable in range from 5, 10, 20 to 40 miles, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So I assume you have a moving map in the CRJ7?
No, we don't.
You can't put a flight plan in and it follows?
Yes, there is a graphical depiction of the navigation track, but not really a moving map with map reference.
But you're not able to overlay traffic on that, is that correct?
No, it is overlaid on that.
It is overlaid, so you just don't have to look at the round black ring, but you can look at traffic relative to where your flight track is, correct?
Yes, sir.
Does that give a pilot better situational awareness as to where the traffic is?
Yes, normally it would. However, in the accident flight, because the circle to land to 3-3 is a visual maneuver, they did not have they would have basically been flying visual without reference to any navigational path on the MFD.
Correct. So that would make that approach much more difficult. And why is that?
In terms of flying the approach or in terms of seeing the traffic?
How about flying the approach?
Yeah, in terms of flying the approach, they would have been flying, again, purely by reference to visual landmarks. There would not have been automation or navigational guidance for lateral or vertical flight path.
Correct. So they would have been spending more time making sure they had a stabilized approach, I would believe.
Yes, the pilot flying, which was the captain in this case, his primary thing would have been controlling the flight path of the aircraft by reference to those visual references, like I mentioned. The pilot monitoring would have been acutely aware of stabilized approach criteria, helping the pilot flying by monitoring inside reference to the instruments.
So flying that approach, I mean, normally at night going in somewhere or anywhere else, I assume your crews would like to have back up a visual approach with an instrument landing system. Is that correct?
Our policy is that if an ILS, for example, an ILS instrument approach is available, that even if they've accepted and are flying a visual approach, that they will back that up with an ILS.
Back it up, yeah. That's pretty much standard, I think, across most operators, not just airlines. It's help for stabilized approach. Yeah. Okay. Is there any SOP requirements as far as standard operating procedures of what range display to have, at what range to have available during different modes of flight?
No, so we leave that to the pilot's discretion. Different pilots will choose different settings.
And do you guys have the ability to bias the altitude above or below as for the TCAS, or a wide range?
There is an ability to bias, to set a preference for above, below, or above and below.
Okay. I see my time is about up. I'll come up next round.
Member Inman.
Thank you. Mr. Van Vechten, you mentioned earlier talking about with night vision goggles, I think you said depending on which set, green or white, correct?
Yes.
Based on the material you've read, have we been able to identify whether green or white were being used by either one of the operators of the Black Hawk?
No, I saw that 2 green and 2 white were signed out. I'm not sure which crew member was wearing which color.
So it's undetermined as of yet, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to go to a question that came out in the group chairman report, and it was highlighted, and I don't know the answer, so I'm truly searching here. We were very cautious and concerned in the early days of this investigation of whether that CRJ had what I'll call a traditional light bulb versus an LED light. We determined it did not have LED lighting, correct?
Are you asking me, sir?
You've read the report material, right?
I don't remember which type of light bulb the CRJ had.
I can tell you it didn't have LED.
So it had the incandescent, is that what it's called?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I call it a regular light bulb, sorry.
Okay.
Incandescent. Why would that be a factor when using night vision goggles, an LED versus an incandescent bulb?
LEDs give much brighter lights. The incandescent are typically dimmer and have more halos associated with them around the light source itself.
So to you as an aviator, would that cause a difference in how you might perceive depth perception and being able to get that 20/25 acuity that you talked about?
Yes, so as you see lights in the distance, like in that cluster of lights in the picture, the brighter light will appear to be closer, but that's not necessarily the case. So if an aircraft has a really bright position light or a really bright landing light, it may appear closer even though it's behind another aircraft. And that's why, again, I go back to scanning as paramount, looking with the naked eye to visually acquire that aircraft.
Is that, in your professional opinion, is that a deficiency of night vision goggles?
I would call it a limitation.
Would that limitation something you would take into consideration when coming into a commercial airport that might have mixed use?
Yes, that's common knowledge with all pilots and crew members.
Is it?
Yes. It's when we go through.
Let me ask you this: does the Army have guidance and specifications saying that LED lights versus incandescent lights will appear different as part of their training?
I'm not necessarily sure if that's in writing, but as we're going through our night vision qualification training, that would be something the instructors would cover, different light sources and how they would affect the goggles.
Okay. In this case, we also heard earlier from the NASA expert. I know we let him go, but he was talking about familiarization with the airport being very critical. The left seat pilot of the Black Hawk, do you know how many times they had flown that, let's call it Cabin John route down through 4?
I would guess hundreds.
Is that based upon the flight training records?
There's no way of really tracking that, but based on the hour level of the pilot and the time on station, that was the most utilized route. So I would guess close to 100.
Right. Could you take it as a due out to try to look at those flight records?
There's absolutely no way of tracking how many times. We don't record our repetitions on specific routes. It would be a complete guess.
Do you record your data tracks? Well, I'll take it back. I'm sorry, and I'm not trying to lead you into it. Because you weren't broadcasting ADSB data, it would be very hard to find that data, correct?
Correct. It would not exist.
Okay. That unit had, we talked about 5 Stratus units, is that correct?
I believe this company specifically had 8.
Okay, they may have had, 8. There was a recent article in Military Times that there's been an approval, or now there's looking to be purchasing 1,600. Are you familiar with that article?
I have not, but Colonel Flanagan's shaking his head yes.
Well, step up, Colonel.
Yes, sir.
Why?
So it was identified that the Army is trying to be proactive. ADSB is not widespread, as we've talked about, and we said, what can we do to mitigate this, especially with units that are flying in these high utilization, highly congested airspaces. So the Army decided to buy 1,685 units, iPads and Stratus units, and those are being fielded to a variety of prioritized units. Priority 1 units were completed at the end of July, and all units are supposed to be complete by the end of December.
And so that intention is to give your operators ADSBN?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that's better protection for your operators or for the people, the environment they're operating in? Because we've heard a lot of testimony about ADSBN is good for that aircraft, but if you're not broadcasting out, it doesn't help everyone else.
Yes, sir, but half of the equation is avoiding those areas and having awareness of what you're getting into before you're into it.
Understandable, but you also said whenever you're in low-level environments in that very densely compacted environment, you're not to be using the iPads.
Yes, sir. So it's not just like the iPad airworthiness release specifies. It's not something you're going to be looking at consistently. But my personal opinion, ADSB is more valuable before you get into those congested airspaces. So if I was taking the route, I haven't flown that route personally, but if I was, I would say, okay, we're getting into here. Let's get a sense of how backed up they are, as opposed to just qualitatively listening to radio traffic. You could actually see how backed up they are. You can even get a sense of where taking off traffic is departing to without having to infer it from radio traffic.
If you'll grant me an extra moment, Chair. In the transcripts were released, the Black Hawk right seat, I believe, made the comment, they're really stacked up tonight. Wouldn't that visual be the first idea that there's a lot of traffic?
Yes, sir. From Cabin John, we're at 1,300 feet, which is roughly the traffic at Wilson Bridge. I can see clearly down to Wilson Bridge and easily be able to acquire the targets. So that would be a common statement that somebody would say once you see a bunch of aircraft lined up in the distance.
Thank you. Captain Surridge. Hi. How you doing over there? Actually, before I come to you, Mr. McIntosh, does anyone have questions for Frank? Okay. Well, you will have to stay, Mr. McIntosh. But let me just first state, the Secretary's, this was essentially the Secretary's first day when this happened, and I do want to thank him, and also want to, if you can pass on our thanks to the Administrator and the Secretary. Certainly, we never want to see action on safety after people have lost their lives. But we are very appreciative of their work and certainly support for some of our longstanding recommendations and then our urgent safety recommendation. Captain, I did have the opportunity, thank you, to fly a jump seat with you a few weeks ago to see the technology that you all put in and piloted in your entire fleet of Airbus A321neos?
That's correct.
How many planes?
Just north of 300.
Okay, thank you. And just want to go back to some of the discussions we had yesterday about workload for air traffic control, some of the challenges, their requests for more miles in trail to the runway threshold, and being stacked up. In fact, I noted one ATC specialist in interviews said when you have so many airplanes coming in and out of that airport, we were at one point, we were sort of trained to try to hit every hole, try to maximize or utilize every bit of asphalt that we had at DCA, and that also implied using those off runways either for arrivals or departures when you could, and that's just to alleviate the volume that was going on in and out of National. But I feel like because we had 3 runways, and again those off runways, primarily runway 33, when we're operating in north operation, the expectation was you can handle more than what I thought I really could. And that person goes on to talk about how anxious they would become based on departures, slots out, departures out, and it's taken away from my situational awareness. So first, I kind of want to go back a little because, and I'm especially sensitive to people who may be watching, who may be in the audience who do not understand what occurs when you're landing on, say, runway 1. What sorts of, without the technology, what is happening in communications between you, if you're flying, and ATC in the tower with respect to landing, those communications to ensure spacing?
This is without ADSBN using
Correct.
anything. It's typically the controller will use vectors and speed to achieve the spacing that they want.
So when you showed earlier, and can we bring up that the chart that I believe the captain brought up earlier? I can't even remember the exhibit.
2 Air Whiskey.
Yep. Wow, that was good. 2 Air Whiskey. Okay. All right, well, that's, so on that chart you had pointed out where there was some, you know, at one point it was 5 miles, and then another point it was 8 miles in between aircraft, 7 miles. There wasn't really consistency and precision. Yep, there we go. And so, and you said you'd set the command speed, but what you're, maybe talk about the technology a little bit more, about how you designate certain aircraft and you're coming in.
Sure. So the controller in an interval management environment would first tell me who to designate. I will do that. And then once I do that, information of that aircraft starts to come up. And I'm able to, in the case when we flew into Phoenix, the controller said, give us about 80 seconds. So we put 80 seconds into the box. The algorithms calculated a speed based upon that spacing, and we were able to achieve that spacing. And if you remember correctly, because I do, when we hit the boundary, we were at 81 seconds.
Yeah, you put in seconds and it would take you along.
Yes, it would.
Okay, and I'm going to come back to this because I'm out of time. We'll go to Member Graham. I am going to come back to this, though, in just a few moments.
Thank you. I'd like to go back to Captain Clow, if I could. What avionics package do you have in the CRJ 700?
It's the Collins ProLine 4.
It's the Collins. Okay, I assume so. Do you have, just for my reference, do you have a flight director, cross pointer, or selection of both?
A flight director.
Flight director. Okay. So, and if you were to get an RA, you're not going to get an RA command on your attitude gyro, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, you did say, I want to reiterate the question that the general asked you, that you have no ADSB in capability in the CRJ 700, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And for Collins, Mr. Grease, the fact that if the PAT 25 had ADSB out, would that have changed anything on the TCAS display or anything else within that avionics package that would have alerted the crew any differently?
No, it would not.
No, there would have been no difference.
No difference.
Okay, that's important. And I need to reiterate yesterday what the FAA conflict alert guy said, that since their radar was tracking PAT 25 very well, the fact that it didn't have ADSB out didn't really matter or make a difference in the conflict alert time or anything else that was displayed to the controller. Okay. Let me switch gears a little bit. And, I'm going to go back to PSA here. You'd made a comment about resolution advisories, and you were tracking those in from your Focus program. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you know roughly maybe how many RAs your crews had last year? Or per month, or?
I have a very rough guesstimate, but I would suggest we're going to have an analyst in our, well, actually a representative in the following panel that has those details.
He has those details?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I will save those questions for him then. For Collins, Mr. Grease, as you know, Mode S capabilities allow other TCAS-equipped aircraft nearby and the ground controller to send interrogation signals to aircraft of interest. When a Mode S transponder receives a valid address code from an intruder aircraft, is it able to obtain the aircraft's location?
So it's able to obtain the distance to that aircraft via the round trip measurement. It's also able to attain the altitude of that aircraft. And it's only able to obtain the directionality or the bearing if it's receiving a signal through its directional antenna.
Okay. Now, there are two different Mode S replies. Is that correct? A short and a long reply? And is that correct?
I'm not familiar with the exact details of how the transponder and the Mode S function, so that's a little bit beyond me.
Okay. Well, then I won't go any farther with that one then. Okay. I'll stop right there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Inman.
I don't know if we're going to try to release Mr. McIntosh, but I've got just a couple of questions. I'll go ahead and hit them if would that be helpful.
On this topic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. McIntosh, how new are you into your role?
About 2 months.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Usually whenever someone steps into a new role like this, they try to identify with their team exactly where they think the greatest opportunities are, where the greatest vulnerabilities are. Can you tell me what you think the 3 greatest barriers are to operating the NAS safely from air traffic?
I think our biggest thing right now is ensuring that our QA/QC processes are
And
solid.
that is?
Quality assurance and quality control, which is part of SMS and probably part of this next panel that we're going to talk about. We want to make sure that we're twofold in our review. First is compliance to our orders and our procedures, ensuring that we are doing what we said we would do and we're following those. But the other piece to it is risk identification. And the risk identification should help us from being proactive versus reactive after an incident occurs, any kind of safety event. So we have a lot of data, but we need to be smart in how we're analyzing our data and ensuring that we put in the appropriate corrective action plans via our own SMS principles, and also working with AOV, our oversight office, and making sure that we are aligned with SMS. That's something that we've already taken into account. We've already done a reorganization about 30 days ago where we brought our quality control group that was in one line of business or one service unit, and we brought it over. So right now our safety office, which used to be safety and technical training, we've moved the technical training piece out and we put it in a different office, and we're just focused on that one safety office, and that's to ensure that that SMS is aligned. The other big piece for us is, and this has been articulated by the Secretary and by our new Administrator, Brian, and that's to make sure that we continue to hire controllers and that we train them the appropriate way, and then also make sure that we have the appropriate equipment to modernize the NAS. We are taking a look right now at least 10 markets where we can find identified improvements, not just with equipment, but also with some of the procedures in place to ensure that we have safety.
Okay, I may go back to you on the SMS in the next panel. So I was trying to hit on a little bit is the long-term issue of being able to acquire and adopt new technologies, a barrier to safer air traffic control.
I think at one time when we were really budget constrained, it was a concern. And the reason why I say that is as you try to invest in new technologies, but you are stringing it along over years, the technology benefits you're trying to gain, you move forward and you're not trying to get those gains anymore. What should be a 3-year implementation or a 2-year implementation is taking 10 years. That's not going to realize the benefits. And the other piece I really want to stress, approximately 91% of our budget goes to sustainment of the old legacy national airspace system. We need to have a higher investment rate to get to better equipped, better served aircraft, ensuring that we can take advantage of these safety technologies that was talked on this panel today.
Okay, I'm going to go back and I heard this from one of the other panel members. For DCA, how long does it take for the radar to sweep and update?
I couldn't tell you
No, the other panel member.
Oh,
sorry.
thank you.
I got you off the hook. Started with it that way. I think it was indicated it might have been about 4.9 seconds.
4.7.
4.7. How far is an aircraft going to travel in that 4.7 seconds? It's on an approach.
Calculation.
Somebody's going to get a calculator out here in a second, aren't they?
Yeah, I think aircraft on approach speed are about 2.5 to 3 miles per minute, around there. So if somebody wants to do the math.
Nobody wants to do it in public.
I'm trying to get to, we saw some simulations earlier where there would have been 10, 15 potential, yes, sir?
I'll make clear I didn't make this in my head, but we talked about it last night. For a helicopter, which is relatively slow, it's on the order of 200 meters in that period of time. So going at about 70 to 90 knots.
And that's going to be roughly half the speed of an aircraft, right? 120,
Approximately.
130, right
Yep.
in there. So
Yep.
not going to take, I go back to the simulations that were done earlier, Mr. Susky, and we talked about how many feet, with the current limitations in regard to the radar scopes, that what the tower is seeing, given enough, would that give enough time for an air traffic controller to literally make that adjustment? We were talking about technology, but I'm talking about the air traffic controllers. Do they see information quick enough to make last-minute changes that are necessary based upon what's operating in their environment?
I apologize. I can't speak for what the tower would, or the controller would have saw.
Anyone on the panel?
I'm sorry, Mr. Emmett, can you ask that question just one more time for me? I want to make sure I try to address it for you from an air traffic controller perspective.
Yeah, and I apologize. It's more about, we have some amazing technologies that are getting into the airplanes, but yet on the ground, it's still 4.7 seconds to be able to get those technologies, whether it's ADSB. We know the limitations of ground sweep radar, and in the TRACONs, it's actually much bigger and much longer for the sweeps. Is the adoption of that technology in the airplanes going to overtake what's in the tower?
I think with ADSBN and with the TCAS updates that we're talking about, I do think it'd be much better shared situational awareness that's going in on the flight deck. Controllers are somewhat hampered by the time that it takes for the radar feed to hit the aircraft, the Mode C interrogator, come back, give us an altitude reading. It's going to take a few seconds for that. A controller wants to be able to be proactive in every single instance, so anything that we have that gives us better information real time would be better, but we are somewhat hampered by the lag time that it takes to get the radar feed back. Now keep in mind, a tower controller is also looking out the windows and should be visually acquiring what's going on.
I'll go back to that one in the next round. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. And just to clarify, Member Graham had asked about conflict alerting, but in fact, our research and engineering team is looking at running some studies and simulations on what would have been seen or not seen had the helicopter been transmitting ADSB out and the CRJ having ADSB in. My question for the captain is, and where I am looking at, is there was so much offloading on runway 33 and so much discussion of offloading on runway 33, especially this night in all the interviews. And so the offloading of runway 33, because they were getting stacked up, whether technology could help improve the spacing, improve consistency or precision in miles and trail. And so that's why I would like you to talk a little bit more on precision and consistency there. When I saw your technology, and I'm not a commercial pilot, but I have a Subaru, and when I said level 2, it's better. I'm kidding. When I set level 2 technology, right, and for people who are not pilots, they might be unable to understand this. When I set level 2 technology, and I set my, you have that or no? I have better technology than you. Aha. So auto cruise control, auto steer, it follows another car in front of me, and if that car slows down, so does my car. And it has spacing. I can say, well, I want 3 car lengths in front of me, I want 5 car lengths in front of me, and I can program it. And I can go 50 miles, which is what I would normally do, without ever touching anything, except for the steering wheel that I have to keep my hands on. And it's pretty similar, because for you would punch in 80 seconds, you would designate an aircraft that you want to essentially follow, and it would keep you at a certain command speed, correct?
Correct.
There we go. So the pilot, how long was the pilot? What years? The pilot program.
I'm sorry. Yes, the pilot program was a 2-year program.
What years?
It ended a few months ago.
A few months ago.
Yes.
And what's the status now? It's not continuing. Well, let me actually back up. What were some benefits there were some reports that came out of it and some analyses. What were some of the benefits? How about with situational awareness?
So our pilots, we had our Airline of Pilots Association interview the pilots. We also had forums. We had everything to figure out, okay, exactly how do the pilots like this technology? And to 100% of the time, when asked, does this technology in the flight deck increase safety? The answer was absolutely.
And with respect to go-arounds, you briefly said it could reduce go-arounds.
Yeah, so I have anecdotal data, and that's about the best we can get, unfortunately, because we're not sure what caused it. But I've had many pilots approach me and say, I could see that my rate of speed was much faster than the aircraft in front of me. We also have altitude differences. And so all of that information they could bring in, and there were a few times that, especially with the check airman, they would show the pilot and they would query the ATC saying, hey, I'm going too fast. And ATC would come back and say, speed at your discretion. And they avoided the go-around.
And it improves safety to avoid go-arounds.
100%.
And what is most people, I think, in the public think that the biggest reason for go-arounds is you're going to hit something that something is a conflict on the runway. What is probably the biggest reason on go-arounds that you've experienced?
It's typically a conflict. I'm too close.
Yeah, you're too close. Okay, great.
I have no further in this round.
Member Inman.
Thank you. For PSA, I guess I'm kind of curious. We've talked about this now being this collision avoidance systems being critical to your safety. You monitor that very closely. I think you mentioned you have a 97% compliance with RAs. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Are there times whenever your pilots are not getting RAs because of equipment malfunctions?
We don't get RAs when RAs are inhibited by design and if the TCAS equipment is not operating, correct?
I guess my question is, what is your standard for can your airplanes fly without TCAS?
Yes, sir.
1 flight, 2 flights? I mean, because it's a critical safety system. How many flights will your airplanes fly without TCAS?
So I believe that's in our MEL program, and that is an FAA.
MEL is?
I'm not sure. I don't have it. Oh, for the
acronym.
Minimum equivalent list.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, and so that's I don't have the MEL up in front of me, and that is an FAA approved thing, often based on a master MEL.
And I'll ask my technical panel to correct me, but I believe it's 3 days. Everyone on the front, the technical experts are shaking their head. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But you could actually do better than that, couldn't you? I mean, that's the minimum, right? So I'm going to ask the technical panel, is it safe for a commercial aircraft to be flying in the national airspace, as we've talked about the importance of this, and not have TCAS working in the plane for 3 days? That could be, I don't know how many flight cycles, but I would say it would be possibly 20, 30 flights. This is for the FAA.
I mean, all I can say is it's safer with TCAS. Safety is not a binary, but certainly, I think a flight is safer when the TCAS is operating.
And so right now it's determined, is that flight standards? Who makes that determination that it's can fly for 3 days without TCAS?
I believe that's the Flight Standards Office.
Mr. McIntosh, you know anyone over there?
I do know someone over there.
Do you think you could make a call and ask a question?
Yes, sir, I can.
Thank you. I just think it's kind of concerning when we start to read about some of these activities. We talk about the importance and everyone's shaking their head and agreeing. We all know it's a problem, but nobody wants to say, I'm the one that can fix it.
Yeah, I will say this. I do believe, first and foremost, I trust our controllers to get people where they're going. But having additional layers of safety is vital to ensuring that we continue moving the needle and trying to be the safest airspace in the world.
Totally agree with you. I think there's some great controllers out there. There's some good people in DCA. But let's talk about, since you brought it up, let's talk about controllers in general. And right now, the FAA has an advisory that says pilots, and I think Alpa brought this up, you shall comply with any type of RA. Is that correct? That's what the manual was that they brought up earlier. You shall have compliance with all RAs, right?
From the controller perspective?
It's a FAA standard.
You referring to the AC that Alpa was showing?
Yes, sir.
I forget what was showing there, but for compliance in the U.S., the pilots are allowed to visually acquire the aircraft, and if they deem it not to be a threat, pilots do not have to comply with the RA.
Okay.
But they should not maneuver counter to an RA, and if they're not going to comply and it's in the direction of counter, they should turn it to TA only.
And just save a couple of seconds. I'm going to go back to Mr. McIntosh. If a pilot gets a conflicting message immediately from a controller versus a TCAS, which one takes precedence?
So a controller will not interfere with a pilot performing a TCAS RA.
How would a controller know that the RA, how do they know which RA they're getting?
The pilot would respond on frequency, we're getting a TCAS RA, and the controller allows the pilot to make whatever maneuver is necessary, but we do not give counter instructions or counter clearances. There's a very clear case study that happened over in Europe where a controller did give counter clearances, and it actually resulted in a fatality. So that is something we do not do.
Okay. Let's see, I'm over time.
All right. Back to you, Captain. And correction, you have the technology not just on your NEOs, all A321s?
Correct, all 321s.
Okay, thank you very much. The analysis that was done afterward, there were some studies. I like to, we think all life is priceless, and which is why we often get from regulatory agencies we can't do something because it costs too much. What sort of cost savings did you see in some of the analysis?
So we saw a reduction in time, first and foremost, 40 miles in. We've seen an improvement in what we call our B0 block times. So those are all cost savings.
How many more planes could you get in per hour, per one-way?
According to the study, they said approximately 5 aircraft per runway.
How about fuel savings?
Fuel savings, we didn't look at that per se, as time is more valuable because it includes fuel and costs of crew. There's a lot involved with the time. So,
okay, I'll look at the presentation that's in the docket. I think there's a number on fuel savings, so I'll come back to that.
I do think the FAA might have done that, but American on their own did not.
Oh, right. Do you know what that was?
I can't remember, sorry.
Do you know, Mr. McIntosh?
I'm not sure of the...
That's okay. I'll look at it when we go back to member Inman. So the status is the pilot's not ongoing. It ended. FAA either didn't have additional funding or doesn't have it. Is that correct, Mr. McIntosh?
As far as why we stopped the trial?
Yes.
So my understanding is that we did work this with American Airlines. The decision was made mostly because of budget, but because the bigger concern was through most of the study there was an efficiency case versus a safety case, but also taking a look at needing more equipage for aircraft. Because to what you're pointing out via the slide presentation that showed the Eagle arrival via the slider fix, it's great that we can run 81-second intervals, but for controller workload, you want to make sure that you have more aircraft that can actually do that. One of the biggest things that really tie up a controller that makes us busy is compression on final. As Captain Surge was alluding to and actually said, as aircraft go down with less headwinds and they start pulling back on the speeds, you start getting compression. And centers have to feed a TRACON a certain amount of miles in trail, and then a TRACON's got to feed the tower a certain miles in trail to make sure that they're successful. It's the compression piece that actually will start bringing those aircraft closer in.
Right.
And we feel IM will help us with that.
Okay. Captain, anything more on this that you want to highlight? I think you didn't. I think there was another phase to this that was planned, but.
Correct.
Yeah, do you want to talk about that at all?
Sure. Yeah, so what we did in our first phase was, our first year was to look at the technology in and of itself, some of the algorithms that we saw, and also pilot controller behavior. What we did in the second year is we refined what we found in the first year and learned, grew off of what we did. What we wanted to do in the third year is we wanted to look at how we could space the aircraft, do a variable spacing with the aircraft so the terminal, so now we want to go into the terminal environment so that the terminal initial controller could it would give that controller an easier way to feed two class streams and to sequence them. So we were unable to do that because of the funding issue.
Okay, great. Thank you. Member Inman.
Chair Hammondy, the FAA study that you referenced over here,
yes.
It's estimating $1.8 billion per year in cumulative benefit to industry, $500 million of which is direct reduction in fuel burn.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Member Inman.
You're done? No. Okay, sorry. I'm just making sure. Okay. I'll go back to Mr. McIntosh, and again, I'll understand we actually have NACTA is one of the parties, and they're here. Suddenly, they're going to look up from their phones real quick. The adoption of this technology into these airplanes, is the relationship with NACTA beneficial? Are they supportive? Is it an inhibitor to getting better technology in the airplanes or in the cab?
For obviously, NACA's here, but we have a wonderful relationship with our NACA partners, and we have collaborated on a lot of these test phases and which facilities are going to do them and making sure that we work it together. TBFM, time-based flow metering, is another one that if you were to stack that with IM, would you probably big benefits. But we do work that and identify facilities that are in need and work together to make sure that it's rolled out correctly.
Do you know if they have an opinion, or have they voiced an opinion regarding time-based flow management or any of these technologies?
I've worked this directly with the Chief of Staff of NACA, specifically for DCA, and he was very supportive.
Okay. I just go back because at one point, as we understand it, NACTA was very, let's just say, opposed to TCAS in airplanes. Do you remember that time?
I don't.
Anybody else from the panel?
It was before my time.
Okay. Well, I'm looking back to their position and policy statements of September 2004, that they are strongly opposed to any FAA policy that requires pilots operating the U.S. air traffic control to comply with RAs received from the current TCAS system that's inconsistent with current ATC clearance. I only bring it up. That position probably has changed. I think it was dropped a couple of years after that. But I'm asking now, is there any opposition to technology advancements that you see from other parties outside of your organization that are inhibiting us to be able to get this implemented?
Not that I've seen or witnessed, no.
Okay. Do you have any other barriers beyond your labor relations? Do you have barriers in regard to procurement? Because we've looked at TCAS 3 and that attempt. It appears that the private sector is going at a better pace or a faster pace than the government is. And sometimes that's good. I realize you need harmonization, but what are your barriers in being able to get this technology into commercial aircraft or anyone operating in the NAS?
From the air traffic perspective, I would look towards our AVS partners to see if there's any issues with the rulemaking or anything along that line. There's got to be a safety case, I'm sure. But I believe everyone's on the same page that we want advancement in technologies to make a safer NAS.
So I'll go down through the other FAA. What barriers? Everybody's got to have a gripe. Now's your chance.
Well, one of the barriers was discussed earlier where this is international. So Europe had a rule which exclusively called out TCAS version 7.1. So that was the only TCAS system allowed in their airspace. So it takes international coordination to change the rule, and some of that is what has held up XA getting into or being introduced in the airspace. So it's elements like that. It's international standardization.
And as we we go to that, I'm going to bring up a different aspect. It was mentioned earlier, especially by the Army, spoofing and jamming on certain signals is a real threat, and it's still a real threat currently, not only in other places of the world, but I think in the U.S. Is that an accurate description? Sorry.
Spoofing is something we're worried about, but I would say even more important or more worrisome is the fact that everything is open source and beyond the FAA's ground station, TSB or otherwise. There's thousands of commercially available. Anybody in their backyard can have a receiver to get that information and do whatever they want with that information.
And I only bring it up that it appears CISA, which is the Security and Infrastructure Security Agency for the U.S. government. It was about, I believe, 7 days before this crash, had actually disclosed a flaw in collision avoidance systems, specifically TCAS version 7.1 and before. Has that been completely addressed from the FAA technical review?
So I can address that a little bit. So CISA identified basically two flaws. One of which is the capability to, for someone on the ground, to control the TCAS unit, change the settings, put it into standby even. That's something we've known about for a long time, and we've addressed that in ACAS XA. We no longer allow the ground to make changes to equipment in the aircraft. So ACAS XA solves that problem. The other problem they pointed out was basically the fact that it's reliant on unencrypted open source signals. That's how it works, and that is much more difficult, possibly to the point of impossible to solve, certainly without a brand new system.
Okay. I want to go back to Mr. Van Vechten, just for a quick question. There was an exchange at the beginning of the technical panel between Dr. Bramble and Dr. Kasner with respect to the see and avoid concept. And there was, I believe Dr. Kasner said something along the lines of aircraft may appear relatively stationary in a pilot's field of view. And because our docket is so voluminous and there are many people watching, especially families who are trying to find things, I do like to point out some of the witness interviews and statements, and there were two that stood out to me, which, and the quotes were, in fact, it was, and for all I know, it was you. I never write down who said what. I write it down by position. One of the standardization pilots in an interview on the question of what could be seen and whether they may not see aircraft in the area of the city lighting coming in on helicopter route 4. I've lost it on the city lights, speaking of an aircraft, maybe 25% of the time, just to end up staring at it, fixating on that spot to wait for something to move and then regaining it again. Oh, this was Captain Gallen. Depending on their level, it's possible for them to be drowned out because we can't tell if they're a tower or if there's relative motion. That aircraft may look like it's actually in a fixed position. And then someone else said, I frequently lose sight of aircraft and city lights, usually for half a second, because I'm looking to where I'm expecting them to be. Maybe they've turned, or, I'm seeing the red light instead of the green light, and the red light matches every other antenna light that's out there. The radio antennas are all red, so I lose aircraft a lot. We are doing a visibility study, and we'll see what that brings. I'm curious about, you have night vision goggles on. We've talked about losing sight with city lights. And what about the structure of the helicopter itself?
Yes,
Does that impact what can be seen?
Yeah, so we have several illusions that can happen while we're flying. One of them is structural illusion, and that's just from parts of the aircraft that could obstruct view or possibly cause a false view because of just the way the angle of the aircraft is.
Yeah, and the only reason I'm asking is we saw that in our Ketchikan investigation where there was a midair collision between two aircraft, a beaver and an otter. Okay, with that, Member Inman.
I've just got one, I guess, follow-up, and this is for PSA. On your FOQA data where you identified 97% of your RAs were complied with, can you provide an anonymized data set for our investigators to review that from? I think it's a very stunning stat. I think because PSA asked it of you, you already knew what the answer was. I think it would be helpful for us to see that data.
Member Inman, if I could ask you to make that request of our participant this afternoon who's actually in charge of that data.
Well, he's a witness, isn't he?
Yes.
He's in the room, I suspect?
No, not yet.
Could you? Okay, I'll make it again. Thank you.
Let me see. Could I give a little bit additional information on my last statement?
Yes, sir.
So with the structural illusion, it is not uncommon if I'm flying multi-ship, so I have another aircraft right in front of me, maybe 2 to 3 discs, so 50 to 70 feet away. I look down for a second, maybe write down a fuel calculation or change a radio. I look back up and that aircraft's gone. And that's because the structure of the helicopter blocks it from my view. So you move your head and then it's right there. So at night in this particular situation, I could see where it would be very easy for the structure of the aircraft to block lights in the distance, especially because they'd be much smaller than an aircraft 80 feet away from me.
Thank you for adding that, because that's exactly, for many reasons, but that is why we do these visibility studies. So with that, we're done. So I would just ask the technical panel, are you done?
Correct. The technical panel has no more questions.
Okay, so we're going to break for a late lunch. How long you want? I don't want to shortchange panel 5.
45 minutes is a reasonable
3:15?
That'll work.
And we'll go as long as we need to. Thank you.
will start to see the tell you, oh, grow. It's part of the one big bill to administration income base rebate. It's domestic policy bill. Starting next July.
Around me when I thought graduating medical school was the big win.
Hello?
Hey, Lee, do you have problems?
Do I have what? Can you hear me? Hey. Can you hear me?
Okay, it looks like you can't hear me on IFB now.
Oh, yeah, no, I cannot hear you on IFB.
All right. Let me try again. All right, can we just do that cell phone thing that you just did last week?
Scott, if we can't get it worked out, can I use the phone like I did last week? Thank you, I appreciate it. They're gonna bring me the phone, Carlos.
Okay. This first one's just taped anyway, so.
Okay, cool. Wonder what's going on with the IVs.
Let's try this.
Thank you. Oh. Carlos, can you try my IV again? I can hear you.